Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to round 2 of the Chess Olympiad. We're following the Swedish women's team who won very convincingly 4-0 against Fiji in the first round, like they did in 2022 as well. And Anna is playing again. That is not a given the way this kind of world team championship tournament works is that each team has 5 players, but only 4 players play at a time, and it's not like you're working together as a team. It's just 4 individual games. My name is Jon Ludvig Hammer. I will guide you through today's action. And today we have Sweden versus New Zealand. So that's very exciting. Maybe the alert box should be a bit more central. Thanks for the gifted, Sterling. Yeah, any important news? I will say that the Swedish team works in somewhat mysterious ways. I would say if we go to the overview and see, oh, there's a problem with one of the boards. But if we go here on the overview, you can see that today we have we have Pia, Inna, and Anna still playing, but we switched out board 4. So instead of the Nordic girls under 20 champion, Margot, we have an even younger player. I think she's 15 or 16. She's super young. And I forgot to... okay, my bad. I messed up this bad. I thought I fixed this, but maybe I have to fix it every time I go in. So here, Inna with the black pieces on the upper right. And then we have, with the black pieces in the lower right, a name that I'm going to try and get right very soon. Which is Lavinia. Lavinia is a potential very long-term participant of this Swedish team. Because she is the youngest, but quite high rated for her age, I would say. Did Anna have time trouble yesterday? Yes. Massively so. And it could have gone really bad, but her opponent made a bad sacrifice just as Anna was getting low on time. And that made her moves a lot easier moving forward. Why do you ask this? Yeah, no, I mean, if you're a regular viewer of the channel, I feel like you should know the answer. But on the other hand, if you are a regular viewer, you know that Anna has been promising to play quicker. But, you know, she's a liar. What can we do? Okay. So New Zealand today. Sweden is the favorite in this match. Anna is playing an opponent rated 150 points below herself, but her opponent, just like the Swedish substitute coming in today, is only 15 years old. So potentially a very talented girl on her way up. How did Pia do? Pia won her game yesterday. Sweden won 4-0 quite convincingly against Fiji. We're not really expecting a 4-0 sweep today, but if they manage, that would be amazing. Wow, you watched the Hikaru recap? Hikaru did an Anna Kamling recap? That's fun. The official Anna Kamling recap is coming on YouTube in 15 minutes. So if you're not subscribed on YouTube already, you might want to do that now. Turn on notifications because there's a video about the first round, and maybe we're getting some more info about the infamous traveling and Anna's assertive charge on behalf of the Swedish team will be revealed. Okay, it's 3:15 now. We are expecting the games to start. There's a 15-minute broadcast delay, so don't expect the stream to start at 3 p.m. Central European time. That's 9 a.m. Eastern. We're gonna be starting more like 3:15 every single day. That being said, yesterday the organizers were 23 minutes late. Not that I was counting. I'm just good with numbers. And there seems to be a delay today as well. I think that's fair to say at this point. But we're hoping it's less than 23 minutes. No cameras at the Olympiad. Unfortunately, we're not having our own cameras. There are cameras there. I'm told there's a record number of cameras that the World Chess Federation has. But we don't have access to those, unfortunately. How's the water leak? There are fans. Like the thing that blows wind, not people, fans of mine actually cleaning up the water, but there seems to be significant damage in the building, and yeah, it's going to be a long-term problem. That is me talking about the problems I was having before stream yesterday. So that is a very attentive question to ask, leaving everyone wondering what I'm talking about. But such is the way of the delays. Because when we have delays for the start of the game, we're just going to have to chit-chat. And sometimes the chit-chat is going to be... yeah, some internal humor information, that kind of thing going on. Lavinia is higher rated than Anna? Yeah. So, well, personally, I am a bit surprised that Margot, who did that incredible Greek's gift bishop sacrifice to checkmate her opponent within 20 moves, she got benched. After that, and deciding who has to sit out for the next round is a very difficult thing. I was the captain of the Norwegian women's team last year in not the Olympiad but the European Championship, and I decided to go with a very firm and authoritative style, which I think is the best under the circumstances. But I'm also predicting already right now that Anna is probably going to have to sit out the next round. Because now the board 4 and board 5 has sat out. And then it feels like it's board 3's turn next. It's not a prediction, it's a speculation. Let's just say if she doesn't win this game, she's out. That's pretty certain. But if they win 4-0 again, it's kind of rough benching someone who's won both their games. I don't really know Juan's management style. Will Anna do commentary if she's not playing? No. She's focusing on doing her YouTube content. If you're not subscribed already, you should do so. And that's going to be the highest quality content that she comes out with. I am told I am just the 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 backup plan to keep the masses entertained. But you know, I do the best I can. But I'm guessing if she's sitting out one day, I would expect her to go to the venue and be like chatting with some famous players as their games finish and stuff like that, or sightseeing in Budapest or that kind of thing. And we're still going to be broadcasting because Pia would still be playing. Will this win count for the WIM norm? Yes. So if Anna plays 9 games with a good performance, then she can get her WIM norm in the Olympiad. So it's just about winning games, quite simply. Have you ever been to New Zealand? I wish I had. I'm told that New Zealand is the country that most resembles Norway in terms of it being, you know, having quite snowy winters in some parts of the islands, being pretty mountainous, having fjords, that kind of thing. But yeah, I haven't actually traveled much outside of Europe. I'm embarrassed to say. I've been to Chennai, India twice. I've been to Oman, Emirates, and that's about it. And the US and Canada. But that's where I've been outside of Europe. Here we go. We are on for today's game, and only an 8-minute delay on the round. That is definitely an improvement. Maybe we can start on time tomorrow. The moves are coming in very quickly here, and Anna once again faces the King's Indian defense. And she's played against this multiple times in the past couple of months. She played against it in the Botes chess camp. She also played against it in Portugal. And what she said after the game in Portugal is that she feels really confident about her King's Indian lines, and she always plays with this pawn to h3 move. And once again, she's repeating that, and she's playing very quickly because she's still in her preparation. Clearly, let's go back a little bit. So d4, Queen's Pawn opening. Anna always plays this, so that's no surprise. Bringing 2 pawns into the center to gain control. That's nice. Black goes for the fianchetto. We talked about this yesterday, how the bishop on the side of the board can actually be pretty good because it's not about where it is, it's about where it's pointing, and that's through the center. Anna manages to get another pawn in the center, very menacing pawns here, but Black is hoping to attack these in time. And after pawn to d6, this slightly passive setup is called the King's Indian, and it was a favorite of Garry Kasparov. It was used by Hikaru Nakamura before he got boring. And it's just a very enterprising opening. He got boring in his black openings. Context, people. Hikaru used to play the most crazy stuff, and then he started playing the most solid stuff ever. And then in the last 2 years, he started playing some crazy stuff again. What boring opening does he play now? Well, now he plays some random stuff. But before that, he played the Queen's Gambit Declined, which is like super solid, pretty boring. It's actually what Anna plays with the black pieces, come to think of it. Okay, so she plays her favorite H3 move. She got completely dunked on by Alexandra Botes in this, but Alexandra had some kind of tricky scheme where she didn't castle early on. That is not going to be the case here because Isabel, she already castled. Knight to f3. I feel like Anna played bishop to g5 in Portugal. But maybe I'm misremembering. Did she go with the knight first? I feel like she put her bishop here on the g5 square. And we had a big discussion on whether this was very clever, provoking black into playing h6 to attack the bishop. But then later on, you can move your queen up and get an attack against that pawn. So we were discussing whether it's better for white to have this position with the bishop out first, or whether it's actually better to provoke black to push their pawn on the side of the board, because then you can gain some time when you bring your queen in to attack afterwards. Okay. Anyway, she did go knight to f3 and after e5 in this variation with h3. Because you've delayed your development, you haven't gotten your bishop out, you're not ready to castle. Whenever there's tension in the center, you have to move forward to avoid that black gets to trade pawns and then potentially get their rook pointing down on the white king without this black pawn in the center being in the rook's path. Okay, after this, a5 played very quickly, so clearly both players are prepared here. Anna then goes bishop to g5, so she does use that g5 bishop placement we talked about, trying to provoke this h6 move, hoping that she'll benefit from that. And now knight to a6, and we caught up with the current situation in the game. One of the points of playing this pawn to h3 is that you can follow up with pawn to g4 afterwards. But Anna has a tendency of not playing this plan, I noticed. The reason white likes this is that you're trying to prevent black from pushing their pawn to f5. So by going with your pawn to g4, imagine something like, I guess, pawn forward, bishop back, knight moves, something like this. And then if black now pushes their pawn forward, white is able to capture with the g-pawn, which is beneficial because then you can put your rook pointing down on the black king. But this becomes like tremendously complicated, which, well, I'm not certain that's Anna's style, but she did say that she really enjoys making calculations. And so super complicated positions are good for demanding a lot of calculation. It's just, we know from experience that that also means Anna is going to be way down on time. But it is what it is. For now, Anna still hasn't made her decision here. And like I said, my impression from watching her play this system as white over and over and over is that she is actually reluctant to go with a pawn to g4, even though that's the main way of playing for white in this system. And she tends to just develop her bishop instead. So I'm expecting something like bishop here, knight in to attack the pawn in the center, and then the knight back to protect the pawn. And what's good about this is that when the pawn attacks the bishop and the bishop moves back, white has pretty good coordination of the pieces. In particular, it's very good that when this knight had to move back and protect in the center, we already got the bishop out, because having the bishop back here behind the knight, that would be very frustrating in order to get the pieces out in a good fashion. But having the bishop here, that is the optimal placement. Thank you for the resub, Penta. This is why I can't call subs. Because you guys, you have such weird names. And I try my best, but it just becomes so silly. Hammer already expecting a 1 hour think in the 20th move. I mean, I'm expecting her to have way less than an hour by move 20. Let's just say that. 1 hour think for one move, probably not gonna happen, but I could easily see her going 15 minutes, 4 moves in a row, which is also not great. Sweden facing another rugby superpower? That's a good one, Emerson. Yeah, actually, I didn't think about that. But geographically, this is as close as it gets when you're playing Fiji to begin with. Fiji is about 1 New Zealand north of New Zealand. Fiji's closest neighbors are Tuvalu, Samoa, Tonga, and New Caledonia. Wow, New Caledonia is kind of big. Fiji is also kind of big. You think of these as like mini nations. But there's a big difference between, you know, some of those islands in the Pacific, and like Fiji is the size of Big Island on Hawaii. Actually, maybe a bit bigger even. Can we sneak to Pia's board for a second? You don't think Anna is gonna make her move anytime soon? This is like her favorite opening as white. I guess the fact that she's already been thinking for more than 5 minutes is giving us a little hint. I thought her favorite opening was the Nescafé Frappé. I don't know. That one doesn't happen as often at the very least. Okay, I've heard your wishes and I am granting them. Let's check in with Pia. Playing with the white pieces as well on board 1. It's been a quiet opening to the game. Pia goes for the English opening. I don't think that's too common from her. But I must admit, I've not studied a lot of Pia's games in the last 5 years. Knight to f6. And instead of keeping it in English-ish territory, now she goes knight f3. The problem with these English openings and the Reti opening and all of that stuff is that it all kind of transposes into one another. So it's kind of tricky giving it its name on the first move, because suddenly it's just going to completely switch. After pawn to c5, this I know though. Black does the same as white in both moves. That is a symmetrical English, it's called. Pia goes for the fianchetto. And Laila also goes for the fianchetto, the opposing fianchetto. I don't think that's a very normal move, but at the same time, it kind of makes a lot of sense for black when white wants to have their bishop pointing down through the center of the board. Black says, well, 2 can play that game, and my bishop is going to neutralize yours. Pia castles and then pawn to g6. The double fianchetto from the New Zealander. That is, I think, generally considered a pretty good opening for black. Although I must admit, I haven't seen a lot of people playing like this with the black pieces lately. This used to be like the most popular thing, I want to say, in the 80s. There's this is resembling something that's called the hedgehog, which is it's based on, the name is based on black being pretty cautious with their pawns, just moving them one step forward, but then like a hedgehog, having very good control on the squares inside their own territory, basically like with their spines out. I don't know what it's called, the things in English anyway. Um, and I know there's a book on the hedgehog by Mihai Zuba that I had as a kid, which talked about these kind of pawn structures. Quills. Wow. Okay, I was never gonna get that. Why always animal openings? I think it's just an accident. Like the King's Indian is not an animal opening. It's just that you notice the name of the opening more when it's an animal. Kiwi opening, yeah. More like the Kiwi slaughter we're about to see. But as far as I've understood, the New Zealand or New Zealanders having the nickname Kiwis is named after the bird, not the fruit. But you could fact check me on that. Zoology stream, yeah. The important thing is not whether Sweden wins in the chess, it's whether we learn. If we learn, we are winners of the day. The flightless bird, the kiwi. I remember seeing a picture on the internet with a kiwi bird eating a kiwi, the fruit. Okay. Pia is thinking. She's got a lot of different options. One of which is actually just playing this move b3 and saying to the opponent, "Oh, you wanted to have your bishop neutralize mine? Well, two can play that game." The problem with this is that if you continue just copying the opponent's plans all the time, it has a tendency of petering out into a draw at the end. But there could be something like pawn to d4, creating the tension between the pawns, and after the trade. Oh, computer wants to recapture with a queen. And if black does the same thing? Okay, so computer says that if you just copy each other, it could be favorable for white in the end. Although it's not much, granted, but here white's bishop is the one pointing down against black's, and the black knight cannot move as a result. But it's pretty similar, the plans and the positioning. So Pia, being the way higher rated player, may not necessarily want to go for something like that. We still have no more moves in Anna's game. I don't know if that's sensational or not. I suppose it isn't. But Anna is still thinking, oh wow, and her clock is wrong. This is what her clock was like when we left the board. So she should be at least 5 minutes lower than this. It'll probably correct itself when she makes her move. Let's go to the overview. And here we're also going to see how we're doing with the black pieces. Oh, I'm immediately noticing on board 4. I should have studied this name before I started the stream. That is my bad. In my defense, I've been out of the game for a while. So I used to know the names of all the Nordic chess players, but what are you going to do? Lavinia, with the black pieces on board 4, she has sacrificed a pawn with her latest move. She moved a pawn forward in the center, moving that pawn to a square where there are 3 white pieces controlling. But this is actually a good pawn sacrifice for black. I believe I have had to face this myself by Liviu Dieter Nisipianu. One Romanian name, one German, very German name, and a Romanian last name. Nisipianu, I believe, is he's back representing Romania, but he definitely does have German ancestry. Name sounds made up. Yeah, I can't really argue against that. But he's real. He's very good chess player. And Lavinia is copying his opening. So, and she seems to know what she's doing, because you don't sacrifice a pawn like that without knowing what's happening. And indeed, the clocks on that board also indicates that Lavinia is in her preparation, and the Kiwi has no idea what to do next. Speaking of pawn sacrifices, Inna on board 2 has also sacrificed a pawn. Inna is playing the same King's Indian opening as Anna's opponent is, but Inna is playing it slightly differently, where she's now come in with a knight into the center of the board, offering her opponent to capture the knight and winning a pawn in that fashion. But then after white manages to capture the black pawn, Inna is going to have really good options with her rook to put pressure on white's king that's still in the center of the board. So very, very interesting to see both the Swedes coming here with the black pieces. They are both sacrificing pawns, and they also both seem to be in their preparation with that sacrifice. So I feel like that's a promising start yet again. Moving back to Anna's game, I'm hoping the relay is working, because we did notice that there was that problem with the clock, that something had malfunctioned there. But we also, I guess, don't really, it's not a stretch of the imagination that Anna would spend 15 minutes in this position, because she casually spends 15 minutes on a regular basis. But there are moves coming in Pia's game, and she decided on a plan where she's trying to stop the influence of Black's bishop on the diagonal by putting one of her own pawns in the way. So she played pawn to d3, followed by pawn to e4. And now she has really good control of the light squares in the center, but her control of the dark squares, not as good. So basically what Pia is going to do for the next couple of moves, she's going to go knight to c3, rook to e1, and then she's going to try to make this pawn to d4 pawn push. Because if she pushes this pawn up, it's going to help her increase her control of this dark square in the center, because it's going to open up for the queen to be able to participate in the fight for that square. But before she does that, she needs someone else to take over the defense of the e4 pawn. So knight here, rook here, and then pawn push. Anna moved, it happened. Wow. And great timing, just as we needed something new to talk about. She has retreated her knight, which is a sensible thing to do. Basically, she's expecting her opponent to come in with their knight off the edge of the board to attack the pawn in the center. And therefore, she is taking precautions to defend that pawn ahead of time. A sensible move, a standard move for this opening, and it only took her 20 minutes to figure out. Why is this better than bishop to d3? I don't know. Computer thinks it's better? Is that a valid excuse? Bishop here feels sensible. The problem with moving bishop here is that you're gonna have to move the bishop again, because your opponent is gonna come in with their knight to attack your bishop. And you never want to trade your bishop for a knight unless you kind of create some weaknesses in their camp. But on the other hand, getting the bishop back here to defend the pawn is quite a useful placement. So I'm with you. I kind of like having the bishop here to defend. And then if black tries to go pawn here, attack the bishop and then move the knight away in order to push the pawn up afterwards. Like here, pawn to g3 prevents the knight from moving further forward. We actually saw Anna utilizing this plan in Portugal, where she also played the same opening and won a very nice game. And the good thing about having the bishop here is that when black now pushes pawn to f5, you can capture, recapture, and even though black's pawns look quite menacing in their central control, the thing is, this bishop is very well placed to put pressure in towards these black pawns. And if black advances, well then there's very, very scary openings here. For instance, if you trade bishop for knight and then get your queen together with your bishop, pointing down towards the black king. Very terrifying for black to face. Okay, to be fair, I could have taken a free knight there, which is also good. But the general idea is that the bishop is pretty well placed here. So to answer your question, was bishop to d3 not better? Computer doesn't think so. But I agree. I think bishop to d3 seems like a good plan here. Isabel played queen to e8. Ooh, yeah, that's kind of scary. Because that's telling me she is well versed in the plans of this opening. And Anna has already showed some weakness by spending so much time on her previous move. The idea behind this queen move is that you're stepping away from the diagonal, stepping away from the pressure white's bishop had. And as a result, black can now move the knight on the next move. So say now you go this bishop to d3 move. Black can move the knight, also threatening to get the knight forward. If we try to prevent the knight from moving forward by controlling this square, now pawn to f5 is good. Because, well, number one, we don't have that same easy access to try and attack the black pawns as we did earlier. But also notice how after the trade of pawns, black can recapture without being scared of their knight being unprotected, because the queen is not only got away from the diagonal the white bishop had, it also got itself on a diagonal where it can support the knight on the edge of the board. And with that knight trying to move forward, that's going to cause white to have to play some defensive moves, and then black seizes the initiative in the meantime. So actually here, Anna's best move by far is bishop to e2. The good news is that Anna has a tendency of playing this move in these positions. And the reason this is such a good move is, number one, it prevents black from trying to get their knight to the f4 square, because now we have both our bishop and queen pointing towards that placement. And number two, if the knight tries to move back instead, this becomes a major issue, because after castles, what black wants to do is pawn up to f5, but after pawn takes, you want to take back with the pawn as black, because then you're controlling all the juicy central squares. And you can say like black has 2 pawns, 3 pawns in the middle, while white only has 1. And you would be correct about that. The only problem is that the placement of white's bishop was so effective, because now both of white's bishops are pointing down towards the queen, and the queen has nowhere safe to go. And black needs to move their rook in between just to avoid losing the queen, but then white can capture this rook whenever they feel like, getting a material advantage. That being said, in this position, a bishop for a rook might be a good trade for black, because they got this incredible central control in the meantime. But at least the computer believes this to be favorable for white. The thing about the King's Indian is that even when black blunders, you kind of have some really interesting counterplay. You can just play on as if nothing is happening. Those bishops are way too good just to give up for the rook. Well, the thing is, if you don't take the material advantage, then you've given black central control and getting nothing back in return. So you kind of have to take the rook just to say, well, yeah, I gave you central control with your pawns, but at least I have a rook for a bishop. But I'm not super happy with Anna once again spending quite a bit of time here. She spent 20 minutes on the previous move, which was too much. Because she was still in the face of the opening where she should have prior knowledge of the plans and what to do. And the thing is, when your opponent has so many different things to do, she could go here, here, and here. Spending 20 minutes on a move, you're not even going to be sure what's happening next, right? Because suddenly your opponent plays a different plan than what you were expecting, and then you have to start all over. Wow, New Zealanders in chat cheering for their motherland. Okay, I guess that's fair. Isn't it bedtime soon though? You know, just as the New Zealanders go to bed, their team is gonna collapse. It's almost 2 a.m. in New Zealand. Wow. Okay. Point of order. Surely the Swedes are gonna win this match. Because the New Zealanders must be jet lagged like crazy. What time is it where you are? I'm in Central Europe, so I'm the same time as in Budapest, where they're playing 4 p.m. Do their players do the haka before the match? I think the haka would be frowned upon in a chess venue. But I'm all for it. I want more liveliness in chess tournaments. What's your score against Pia? I lost 2 very painful games against her back in the day when we were about the same rating. But then I started becoming good. And I think since then I've beaten her like 3 times, two or 3 times. So we have a pretty equal score. Are you retired or still playing actively? I'm playing occasionally. But I was not selected for the Norwegian team for the Chess Olympiad because I was not playing enough. So at least the Chess Federation believes me to be semi-retired, if not more. Titles vary from country to country? No. So the only title that's kind of weird and nationally based is the NM, National Master title. That doesn't exist. Like, that's not a thing. That's just something the Americans invented to make themselves feel better. But the Candidate Master, Fide Master, International Master, Grande Master, Women's Candidate Master, all of those titles are governed by the World Chess Federation, and they are the same no matter where you are in the world. If I'm American and not an NM, should I feel bad then? Nah, you'll probably get there in the end. I'm sure at some point the US Chess Federation is going to stop having the NM title be about what rating you are. And I understand they're struggling a bit with their funding these days. And, you know, USA, capitalism. I'm sure they're going to be selling the title soon enough to anyone willing to buy. Subscription based? Ooh, that's even better. Good one, Ben. Why have people pay a lump sum one time if you could get them to have to pay a yearly sum instead? That is such a good idea. I think even the World Chess Federation would be interested in that. Bishop to e2 played by Anna. That was the best move by far. Very important move, preventing the knight to get to h5 and also making it more difficult for black to manage to play this f5 move, because as we saw, there are situations where the queen could end up in trouble as a result of this. So let's see now. Isabel, she played this queen to e8 very quickly on the previous move, kind of trying to scare her opponent into thinking, I know all about this opening. I know what's going on. I'm going to play very quickly. And now we get to know whether that was a bluff or whether it was real. Because by finding the best move, Anna has managed to put the pressure on black again to figure out the right plan. Okay, never mind. That's a quick response. So is Isabel still in her preparation? I mean, potentially, yes. The computer is very adamant about the move pawn to a3, but that is an incredibly sneaky move. So the idea is pawn to a3. This prevents either black knight from getting to the c5 square. Number one, if the knight on the edge of the board jumps in, well, that's obviously going to be an issue because now the pawn can just push forward and chase the black knight back. But if you use the other knight, then you still have its buddy here on the side protecting the b4 square together with the black pawn, and it seems like pawn to b4 is not an option. However, it is. Because after the pawn moves, capture, capture, now there's an issue. The black knight on a6, which was designed to capture the pawn on b4, it cannot move without losing the rook behind it. So the pawn cannot be captured for reasons, and that means instead you're going to have to respect the fact that the pawn is attacking the knight. The knight has to step back, and actually here white even wins because you just continue pushing that pawn forward, and we know already that the knight cannot move without the rook being captured in behind. But a3 is, I would say, a ridiculously difficult move to find. And instead, Anna has played g4. Very enterprising. And very dangerous for black. Black wanted to go pawn to f5, either now or later on. But Anna is making sure that is not possible. Once again, any sort of black trying to advance in the center is responded to by captures, and then the recapture is not really viable as the queen gets stuck with both of white's bishops pointing in towards it. That being said, black can first go pawn to h6, attack the bishop, and as the bishop retreats, then you can go pawn to f5. The idea being that now after the trades, bishop up to attack the queen is not very effective because the queen can just move away since one of the white bishops are no longer there to limit the options. However, remember what we talked about with this pointing the rook down towards the black king. Here, Anna can just recapture the pawn on f5, and if black takes back with the rook, we get very easy attacking chances, moving our rook to point down against the black king, and the black king is very poorly protected. Not only that, we can then follow up with knight to e4, which is an incredibly good placement for this knight because there's no longer a black pawn that can chase it away from its positioning. So the knight is well placed, and you're also making space then for the queen to move up next and attack the pawn on the d4 on the h6 square. So I really like what Anna is doing right now. Knight to c5 played. And now I would recommend either rook to g1 or pawn to h4. Basically, in this position, black only has one available plan. Black has to go pawn to f5. They have to try and open up the center of the board, trying to punish white for having the king still in that area. The white king cannot go to the right because, well, we started pushing pawns there. So there's no safety. And the king could go to the left, but frankly, then you're inviting some attack, seeing as how black has placed quite a few pieces on that side of the board. So the white king is actually safest just staying in the middle. But if you're going to stay in the middle, you need to take precautions against black blowing up the center, trying to remove some pawns, trying to open up for the queen to be pointing down. And that's why I like this move rook to g1. Because then if black goes pawn to f5, we take it. And we're already set to be attacking against the king. Recapture, and we can go bishop to h6 here. Bam, bam. And that's probably the end of the story right there. Okay, Anna is playing very quickly now. And she played knight to b3. Not a fan of that. We're moving the knight away from the center. And we're not doing anything to prevent this pawn to f5. Yeah, no, I don't like this move. Anna is playing faster, but she's not playing the optimal moves. That is how time management works. You need to find the right balance between finding the right moves and not spending too much time. Here, she's making sure she doesn't end up in time trouble, but I'm kind of scared why we're moving pieces away from the center. Computer says it's not bad. Like, computer says this is completely fine. But just from a principled standpoint, I'm not a huge fan of us moving away from the protection in the center. I really like this rook to g1. Computer thinks rook to g1 is worse than the move Anna played, but I feel like it makes more internal sense. Like, it's more clear what white is trying to achieve here than in the knight to b3 thing. You also could have gone pawn to h4 with the idea of, yeah, the thing here is that you're trying to open up for your rook pointing towards the black king, but in the meantime, black manages to get so many of their pieces into the game and really have great energy and influence on the board. Okay, this is the King's Indian. It's considered the most complicated, difficult to play of chess openings. So let's just see what happens. Is Anna thinking about capturing this pawn? I just realized this pawn on a5 is technically undefended. It seems very scary to spend a lot of time trying to just capture a simple pawn. But that could be something black actually has to consider. Most complicated to play as black or white? Well, black is the one who makes the decision to go into the King's Indian. But frankly, it's very difficult to play for both players. The thing I will say is that if you, as a black player, play the King's Indian normally, then you're probably more accustomed to it than a white player having to prepare, 7 different things. Lichess master database only has draws and wins for black from this position. That is good research, Timothy. But at the same time, not the kind of news we were hoping for. Her opponent finally taking time to calculate. Yeah. At this point, we're pretty happy about that. Because Anna, I feel like, has been bluffing that she knows what she's doing by trying to play quickly. And her opponent has been like, yeah, no, you can play as quickly as you'd like. I know what's going on. But after this knight to b3, the benefit of playing a bit of an unusual move is that your opponent is not going to be ready for it. Hold on, I gotta put something into my calendar. Okay. Finally, Isabel is thinking though. Let's check in with Pia. And I'm happy to report Pia has increased her control of the dark squares on the board because she has been able to push her pawn forward in the middle. And as we talked about earlier, that is good because it allows the queen to participate in the control of the d4 square. And Pia has a very comfortable advantage in her game. I would say her advantage is significantly bigger than what the computer is indicating right now. Let's take a look at the moves. So I said Pia would go rook here to protect the pawn and then push forward. Instead, she went pawn to h3. The point of this was that she wanted to go with the bishop to the e3 square without being hit by the knight coming to g4 attacking the bishop. Now here, because black put the knight in front of the bishop, there's no longer an attack on Pia's e4 pawn. So now there's a threat of pushing pawn to d4 next. And I kind of thought that black should play e5 to prevent Pia's idea of pushing forward. But then it would be, once again, a symmetrical position, but one where Pia would probably have the easier time because she would have a very clear plan of pushing the pawn forward on the king side. Instead, Laila, she allowed Pia to just execute her plan. She moved her knight back, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. And if black was to move now, black would move their knight. So if Pia went with her rook, black would move the knight into the d4 square, thereby blocking the pawn from moving forward. and leaving white a little bit cramped. So Pia had to take this opportunity to push, and she did. And after the trade, white has very good placement of the pieces. Black is a bit cramped. Black has 2 pawns that moved 1 step forward, whereas Pia has what is known as the Maroxy pawn setup. Basically, these 2 pawns do a really good job of making sure black cannot advance in the center. And Pia has a very, very comfortable advantage in this game. And there's no more moves in Anna's game either, so we're gonna check at the overview because I saw someone in chat saying that Inna was in trouble. Inna has sacrificed a knight to open up in the center of the board. Yeah, computer is not liking what she's doing, but I think primarily the computer is saying that Inna should have done something differently on the previous move. It's more like that Inna had a decent plan, but she didn't remember how to follow it up. I still think Inna is posing her opponent some difficult problems with the white king being still in the middle of the board. We're talking about board 2, which is the one on the upper right on the overview screen. Yeah, and Lavinia needs to castle now very quickly, otherwise she's going to be in big trouble. But as long as Lavinia castles, her position should be equal. How old is Inna? Inna is my generation. She's 1 year younger than me, which is, how old am I? Oh gosh, I'm 34. So Inna is or is turning 33 this year. Some strong calculation there. I will say this, that my chess calculations are better than my age calculations. Okay, it seems like the situation on the boards have calmed down, and we're quite thankful that Anna's opponent is taking some time to think, because frankly she hadn't been doing that all game, and it was making us a bit nervous on Anna's behalf about the time management. Anna played a very unusual move for the position type on her previous one, which has made her opponent have to think for what to do next. Never mind, a move has been made. Let's jump in there. Pawn to a4. That's a good move. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Just because it wasn't on the computer's top 3, but frankly, it probably should have been on the computer's top 3, because that's a very sensible thing to do. Just attacking the opponent with a pawn that is well guarded by both the queen and the knight. The rook is also going to be contributing here. Anna doesn't really have a choice but to make the trade. And then after the recapture, we have the same issue as earlier, with black planning to go pawn to f5. And the only difference now, this is why I really disliked this knight to b3 move. Because in this situation, we have two pieces protecting our pawn in the center. And black's knight on a6 is kind of out of play. Both the black knights want to use the c5 square. But you can only have one piece on a square at a time. That's the rules of the game. But by going knight to b3, Anna has moved one of her knights away from the center of the board. And now after this excellent a4 move, there's going to be a trade. It's the only acceptable move according to the computer. Because like your alternative is just going back, but then you wasted a lot of time. So you're going to go for the trade. And she did. She gets an exclam for that. That's freaking generous by chess.com. That was... Okay, never mind. And now after the recapture, what has happened compared to the previous situation we saw? Black no longer has a badly placed knight on the edge of the board. Black no longer has two knights both vying for the same positioning. It's down to just one knight. And white has one defender less of the pawn in the center of the board. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know why I didn't realize that this a4 move, that was quite clearly the smart thing to do. And Isabel did it. And now afterwards, I'm kind of concerned. And also, where are you going to put your king now? You still cannot put the king to the right because you pushed your pawn forward. So there's no protection left there. You're less inclined to castle queenside now because frankly, now this guy is dangerously close, visiting to create some trouble. So you still don't know where you're going to put your king. And black managed to trade off one of their poorly placed pieces. This is very strange to me. And computer is reasonably happy for white. But there's no logic to why white should be happy about what just happened. Pawn to h4, pawn to f5, takes, go after the queen. But here's the problem. This idea we've had a couple of times, but now since the knight moved away, the queen can just move. And so this whole thing is not that effective. Pawn to f3. The computer believes this to be good for white. But I just think that's wrong. This seems very unpleasant as far as I'm concerned. Like, what are these guys doing over here? They should be pointing towards the king, not pointing towards no man's land. I have been talking about how bishops are good on the side of the board because they're pointing in towards the middle. But like, this is the middle and this is not. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me, Physic. The recap video for round 1 is now out. The Anna Kamling YouTube channel. Go check it out. Ooh, this is interesting. Anna is linking to her YouTube videos. I heard that linking to your videos is not what people are doing. And that in order to beat the algorithm, you need to get people to go search up your YouTube channel. Because then the view is considered more valuable or something. Is that old thinking? Did the YouTube game change? No idea. Okay. Hope for another 4-0. It could happen. Pia has a very comfortable advantage. I think that's the biggest development so far. Why rook to g1 is not a good plan? Well, it is a good plan. It just would have been better 2 moves ago, in my opinion. But I like rook g1. I think it's important we realize what black's plan is and then take measures to prevent it. The problem is that black can just move their king away from this file and then push pawn to f5 afterwards. And it turns out, even though white seems to be having some kind of attack here with the queen and rook working together, the computer is very firm in just saying black can even allow the queen to come in basically next to the black king. But even so, a situation like this would be favorable for black because you're gonna get a trade between these pawns, which will open up for the rook, which will cause trouble for the king. Ooh, I'm just gonna check some computer line. King moves up in order to give space for the other rook to come in. Rook forward, allowing the next rook to come in. And if black goes for the queen trade, oh, if black goes for the queen trade, you have to make the queen trade and then you're down a pawn for no good reason. Yeah, no, this is depressing. Queen to d2 played by Anna, but now she loses the bishop to h5 plan. What is she doing? There's no rook pointing down on the black king. There's no more bishop up here to attack in towards the black queen. There's absolutely nothing stopping black from just going pawn to f5 next. Yeah, and this is going to seize the initiative for black. Anna is officially in trouble. She spent 20 minutes on a standard move, and now she's been spending like 2 minutes, 4 minutes on some very, very tricky decisions thereafter. So oftentimes I feel like I'm giving her some credit for her time management because I think she's pretty good at identifying the right moments to spend time, and then she ends up spending too much time. But you know, the first step towards mastery is getting the moments right, and then you spend less time as you know become a better calculator or become more confident in your choices. But in this game, I do not like the moments where she's been spending time. This is controversial, but I think she's been playing too quickly over the past couple of moves. That's not often heard on this channel. But there's been some very critical decisions for the middle game. And I don't think she took enough time to ponder her options. And also pawn to f5 just seems like such an obvious move now for black. So it's not just that you're not spending enough time yourself. It's also that the decisions you're making is making your opponent's ideas pretty obvious, which then in turn saves her time. I don't worry anymore about Anna's time management. I know she'll just win while she's low on time afterwards anyway. Uh yeah, I suppose that could be a thing. Pia blundered in the meantime. But it's a very sneaky blunder. It's not an obvious one whatsoever. Pia played rook to c1. It seems like a nice move, centralizing one of your pieces that was in the corner of the board, but it's actually a big mistake. She should have played queen to d2 and then gotten this rook in here and then this other rook in afterwards. She was having a very good position. However, after rook to c1, the problem of this is that black now has the untraditional knight takes knight, bishop takes back, and here bishop to h6. This is the reason why Pia's last move was a mistake. After bishop to h6, there's pressure on the rook, and if the rook just moves, here comes the problem. Pawn to e5 attacks the bishop, and when the bishop moves, ooh, you get doubled isolated pawns in the middle of the board. Not optimal whatsoever. So in order to avoid this pawn structure, Pia would need to go pawn to f4. But then the issue is pawn to e5 attacks the bishop. That pawn cannot be captured due to the pressure from the bishop on the rook. And so instead you're going to have to retreat. But then black will trade pawns and start attacking. And suddenly, out of nowhere, we had a position where black basically didn't have any way of putting pressure on white center, to now landing in a situation where, because of the opening of the e-file, the rook is able to put pressure in towards the center. And normally Pia would be able to just, there's pressure against this one, I'll just push my pawn up and like everything is super defended. But an extra thing here is that you got provoked into moving the pawn to the f4 square, which means that the pawn is now unable to defend its buddy in the center, and it's a problem. It's a big problem. So Pia has gone from having like a serious big advantage to allowing an opportunity for the opponent to actually take over the initiative and create some weaknesses in white's position. Will the opponent see all of that? Well, the only thing you really need to see is that after the trade, you have the move bishop to h6. So this bishop move, that's the one that's super difficult to find. Because if not for the immediate threats that we talked about, this is just a bad bishop placement, allowing the opponent to point in close to your king. So bishop to h6 is a difficult find. I would not expect a 2000 rated player to find it, but it doesn't change the fact that objectively what Pia did was a mistake. Just because the opponent doesn't exploit it doesn't mean we shouldn't avoid making the mistake to begin with. Maybe Pia banks on them not finding it. No, Pia just didn't see the possibility. Like, when you have a good position, you wouldn't play a bad move on purpose just to gamble. Oh my god! And Pia's opponent is finding it. She does go for the knight trade, and the only way the knight trade makes sense... Okay, no, that's not entirely true. But when she starts out doing the knight trade, there's a fair chance she's seen this bishop to h6 idea. Great play from Layla. Punishing her grandmaster opponent for a very hidden, sneaky positional trap. Evaxis, thank you for the prime. Kind of crazy if she finds bishop h6. Well, having gotten here, I feel like now she's gonna find it. Because now bishop h6 makes sense. Or even if she was planning to make another trade in the center, the fact that she already traded off the knights, if she just pauses, then she might discover this bishop h6 move afterwards. Yeah, no, well played by Layla, and she might be able to punish Pia's inaccuracy here. Why bishop to h6 before e5? Well, if pawn to e5 here, the bishop can just move back. So the reason you need to include this move attacking the rook is that you need to attack the rook, so the rook has to move. And then you go pawn to e5. And then the bishop cannot return without white getting an inferior pawn formation. With two pawns standing in each other's way, so-called doubled pawns, but also these are isolated doubled pawns because there are no adjacent ones to help protect them. Is bishop takes c5 bad? Computer says bishop takes c5 is the best here. But to me, this just looks like an easy draw. Like, black has the bishop pair and good central control. I'm genuinely baffled by the fact that the computer thinks white is better here. Like, if white goes knight to d5, worst case, black should be able to just trade bishop for knight. Then you have one bishop on the dark squares, one bishop on the light squares. This should be fine for black, but you can also choose to make this trade later on because there's no rush. So big moment in PS game here, whether her opponent will find bishop to h6. Let's check in with the overview. Inna sacrificed a knight. She's about to recapture the knight she lost, but she might lose a pawn in the process. So Inna is in some trouble. Lavinia is fine. Her opponent has one more pawn in the center of the board. But black has better development. So seems about equal on that board 4 that's in the bottom right. And then we have our girls Pia on the upper left and Anna on the bottom left. Anna in trouble, I think. The computer believes white is very, very slightly better in Anna's game. but I think it's in practical play. I think Black's plans are much more obvious, which makes Black's position a lot easier to play. And then we have Pia, who had a big advantage, and now her opponent may find a counter plan against that, which would make the position a lot more exciting in the short term, but also give Black more counter chances instead of just being very, very passive. So I'm going to take a little break. We'll turn on the background music and we'll see whether Pia's opponent finds the very good bishop out on the edge of the board, which would make that game competitive again. I would still say Pia is the favorite to win there if that move happens. But the thing is, Pia had a super dominating position before that. So the mistake that was made is not that Pia is in trouble, but more like her dominating position becomes, yeah. And as we were talking about that, bishop to h6 was not found, and Pia remains with a commanding situation thanks to her very good central control. Notice how she's got all these pieces in the middle. That's what's giving her a advantage. So Pia is better. Inna is in some trouble. Anna is in some trouble, and it's equal on board 4. So right now, a very tense and close match where Sweden, I would say, is not the favorite to win right now, despite having a significantly higher rating than their opponents on average. But we'll catch what happens after I take a little 5-minute break. Man, I shouldn't have spoken that much. That being said, pawn to f5 was the obvious move. It would have been strange if Isabel did something else. So pawn to f5 puts the maximum pressure on Anna's position, and she has a very, very difficult choice here to balance her position and make sure she doesn't land in tons of trouble. Computer likes pawn to f3 and bishop to e3. Bishop to e3 may be the best, but it's also a pawn sacrifice, so it's a difficult move to kind of make yourself realize that you're in so much trouble that you need to do pawn sacrifice things to limit the damage. I'm expecting a long think here from Anna, if I'm entirely honest. Okay, I'll take a break. See you guys. And I'm back. And shout out to Sarachi. Everybody's playing pawn to f5. Good observation. Layla playing pawn to f5, getting a question mark. Not the greatest. Ina played pawn to f5 to put pressure on the white knight in the center. And also playing pawn to f5 is today's main game, Isabel, with the black pieces. Pawn to f5, putting that pressure in towards the center, trying to open up for the black rook, pointing down on white's king. This is problematic. Computer says it's equal, but I believe that black's plans are easier to understand, which means that black is probably going to use less time. I think also it's going to be more punishing for white to make a mistake compared to black. So not looking amazing in my opinion right now. But I've played the Olympiad before, and my experience is that you can think that you're losing on many different boards and still end up winning the match with amazing scores. So these things can turn around very quickly. What about knight to b5? Asks the chat. Well, knight to b5 does attack the pawn on c7, but it also leaves the protection in the center. So here black would just respond by capturing a white pawn and attacking the queen and bishop at the same time. So that's not really gonna help you at all. It would have been okay if we had another knight back here giving protection as well. The benefit of having two things protecting something is that one of them can move and do different things. Just gonna put that out there as an objection to Anna's plan of trading off one of her defensive horses. How did yesterday go? Yesterday, Sweden beat Fiji 4-0. Why is the men's section called open and the women's section is called women's? It's because there are no men's section. The open section is open to both men and women. And there have been several women playing in the open section in the past. And, well, there is right now as well. But some famous examples is for Lithuania. The former Lithuanian number one was Victoria Šmilytė. And she played for the open team, being the number one player. And also Judith Polgar for Hungary. She was number one in Hungary at times and played in the open section. Pia also. Yeah, maybe. I to be honest, I don't know whether Pia played the open section for Sweden, but she was definitely good enough to do so. Lithuania mentioned, yeah. Victoria is actually one of my, well, used to be at least, one of my best friends. She's married to Peter Heine Nielsen, who is Magnus's coach, my co-worker back in the day. Did you ever play Judith Polgar? Yes, I played Rapid against Judith, and I beat her. I was so proud. I think we played like a bronze medal match. We had a Rapid tournament with Vichy and Magnus, Judith, and myself. And first we had like a double round robin. I beat Magnus. I got crushed by Vichy. Well, I say I beat Magnus. We won one game each, but in the game I lost, I had a checkmate and three moves I missed. So I feel like I beat him. And then Vichy destroyed me. And then I think I made a couple of draws against Judith. And then Vichy and Magnus played the final because they scored the most points. And then I played a bronze final against Judith. And so I think my total score against her was 3 draws and 1 win, something like that. Third place is cool in that company. I was very happy. How's Pia doing? Pia has a very good position. And Anna is still thinking, which I kind of predicted. It's an uncomfortable choice for her right now. Let's jump into Pia's game because there's been some trades. So we saw the move pawn to f5. Got a question mark. Not so much because the move is bad. It's more because she had such a good alternative with this unorthodox bishop out on the edge move. But pawn to f5, black is trying to attack in towards white's central control. And Pia first trades off the bishops. Then she trades off the pawns. But as a result of the pawn trade, there's also a bishop trade. And then we end up in this situation. Black technically has 2 central pawns, while white has 2 kind of central periphery pawns. So in theory, you would think that black is doing quite well here. But the issue is that it's so easy for white to put pressure down towards these pawns. So even though they look great, the computer's recommending a plan here with both the white rooks placing themselves in the middle, putting pressure down on black, and getting some uncomfortable decisions here in black's future. So this is the kind of plan that Pia is going to have to go for, trying to target the pawn on e7. Anna made a decision. She traded off on f5 to begin with, and now rook to g1. This rook to g1 move is something we've been asking for earlier. Computer is not super happy, and this actually has to do with something we studied like an hour ago. Because after king to h8, obviously here, Anna is going to go bishop to h6 because she wants to bring her queen into the attack. And then the computer says, surprisingly if you ask me, that bishop h6, this is just a mistake. Because even though the white queen manages to get into the attack very close to the black king, black does have sufficient protection here with their defensive queen. And yeah, life is good. That's not a great sign. Let me see what is tanking memory. Damn it, maybe this computer just doesn't have that much memory to begin with. Chrome is really a memory killer, huh? Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to refresh whenever that happens. Okay, king to h8 played on the board. Unfortunately, that was the best move and it was the obvious move. Because you needed to move away from the rook pointing down on the black king. And now, computer says bishop to h6 is a mistake, but there's no chance Anna does anything other than that bishop move. Because to a human, it makes so much sense trying to eliminate one of the few defenders around the black king and trying to get your queen up into the attack. Is the match live right now in Budapest? No, technically not, because we're on a 15-minute anti-cheating broadcast delay. But this is what happened in Hungary 15 minutes ago. Basically time traveling. I don't know if it's that bad, but yeah. A4 pawn is the problem for Anna right now. I don't really agree with that. I think her problem is more the pressure. Her problem is the king. But then you make the argument that part of the reason the king is in trouble is because of this pawn. So the recommended move for Anna right now is pawn to f3. And the idea is that after the trade in the center, you're just trying to keep everything defended so that it doesn't open up through the center of the board to attack the white king. F3 would be an excellent move here. If Anna plays f3, I don't think Isabel is going to manage to figure out the right way to respond to that. I guess the reason bishop to h6 is so bad is that even though it trades off one of black's defensive pieces, and even though it brings the white queen into the attack, right now, this bishop is bad because there's the black pawn standing in its path, making sure that the bishop cannot really contribute to an attack against the white king. And so therefore it's a mistake to trade off the bishop, because even though we bring our queen and rook in the vicinity of the black king, as long as there's no checkmate, as long as black is able to defend the important squares, black has had a very favorable trade with the bishops being removed off the board. Anna did it. Did what? F3? Bishop here? I have no moves on my end. Can Anna castle queenside? Yeah, she probably needs to, right? Well, now she can no longer castle to the king side, right? Because she moved the rook. And even if she hadn't moved the rook, well, frankly, you don't want to castle where there's no more pawns defending your king. So if she wants, well, basically, if she wants to get this rook into play, never mind getting the king to safety. If she wants the rook in the corner to participate, she's going to need to castle queenside. But then the question becomes, how do you do that while the pawn on e4 is under attack? So actually, I'm feeling a bit more optimistic here. Anna is still thinking this is a very important moment. I think this is one of those situations where getting the right decision is so important that you got to spend some time on it. And I think there's two moves you can consider. Pawn to f3 and bishop to h6. And if you manage to understand that getting the queen into the attack is not going to help create the checkmate, and that in fact black is well equipped here with the queen to keep the king defended, and then you realize that, okay, so the only thing I really did here was trading off a black bishop that was being blocked by its own pawn. If you make those strategic considerations, then you might manage to go here and say that, no, I shouldn't trade. And then you're left with really only one choice. Because you're not going to capture this pawn. Capturing this pawn would be awful. Terrible, terrible move. Because then after the recapture, you get these bishops pointing in towards the area where you kind of understand that your king is going to have to go. And after the king castles, now pawn to e4 opens up for the bishop on the diagonal. And that's pretty scary. And there's also ideas here with knight to b3, the knight sacrificing itself to open up for the rook along the edge of the board, which could be terrifying. Computer says it doesn't work right now, but you bank the idea and it might work down the line. So I think right now it's mostly about whether she'll play f3 or bishop to h6. And I think bishop to h6 is more likely, but there are, if you're strategically clever and you kind of tell yourself, it's not going to be checkmate immediately, and then what am I achieving by trading the bishops off? Then you're going to realize, well, this bishop wasn't really going to do anything anyway, and I might as well just protect in towards the center immediately. If she plays f3, I think Anna is fine. Maybe even better in practical play. Because then after f3, suddenly the white moves become very obvious. You're going to want to castle. You're going to want to get your bishop back. You're going to want to try and hide out your king in the corner. So if you stumble upon the right plan, that's the key. Then you're going to have a clear path forward. Okay, let's check in with Pia. Pia has started her pressure towards the e7 pawn, like we said. She moved her queen one step forward, bringing space then for the rook afterwards. And now after rook over here, I'm expecting Pia to go rook to e3 and then maybe try and have both the rooks working together. You could also bring the knight up to try and attack this pawn. In the meantime, bad news from Anna's board. Anna has played bishop to h6, which is a strategic mistake. It made a lot of sense in that you're trying to bring your queen closer to the opponent's king. But unfortunately, after studying the possible variations, we've made the determination that there is not going to be a checkmate on the Black King. And with that understanding, we can also say that trading off the Black Bishop that was being blocked by its own pawn was not the way to go. Anna is getting strong opponents already in round 2. Yeah. I don't think that's too surprising. I mean, this opponent is rated 150 points below Anna. If you think that's strong, you're gonna face a lot of strong opponents over the course of the tournament. Okay, trade of bishops. Anna now threatening checkmate in one move. If her opponent moves the rook to protect against the checkmate, the queen can come in and trap the king in the corner. Anna's opponent, it's being reported, has an accuracy of 99.5. So something tells me she's not gonna go for the checkmate in 2 moves. And I think it makes sense she's going to go queen to e7. In general, so queen to e7 and queen to f7 are both good moves for black. But in general, when your opponent has a bishop on the light squares and no bishop on the dark squares, your instinct should be to put, as a general rule, put your pieces on the opposite compared to the opponent's bishop. Because here, if queen to f7, white's bishop can actually join the party, attack on the queen, and if the queen tries to trade, the bishop comes in and actually starts threatening checkmate ideas. So queen to e7 is the better choice, and it is the choice Isabelle goes for. Isabelle has played a fantastic game so far. It has to be said. But at the same time, I do feel like that's also slightly Anna's fault. Because Black's plan has been pretty obvious throughout. Timothy, with some background information, Isabelle is 15 and has beaten IAMS and Fide Masters back in New Zealand. That's pretty good. King forward and try and get the second rook in the game. Well, the thing is, right now, this pawn is under attack. And if we capture the black pawn, we help black getting their bishop into the game. We don't really want to do that. But maybe we have to. Anna can go pawn to f3 to just try and reinforce. But the problem is here, after the trades, the rook can go to this f4 square. And it's super annoying. We really wish we had our bishop back right now. Because we traded off the bishop that moves on the dark squares, it has made some dark squares available for the opponent's rook. And this guy is going to be a nightmare to chase away. It's so strong. No white pawns can position themselves to attack the rook, and we don't have a bishop to chase it away. So the only thing that can chase it are rooks or knights. But if we move the knight away, we move it away from the defense of our very important pawn in the center. Yeah, Anna is in serious trouble here. Her opponent is playing really well. And the strategic mistake of the bishop trade right now is making itself felt with the black rook finding this good outpost on the f4 square. Okay, let's check in with the overview screen. How are we doing? Inna is still down a knight, but she's gonna win it back. So Inna potentially down a pawn. Pia has a significant advantage in her game. Sweden is really gonna need her to get the wins. Lavinia on board 4. That's the bottom right. She has done a really good job of centralizing her rooks, and I'm starting to see some ideas of sacrificing her bishop to blow up the center of the board and bring her rooks in. That actually looks kind of promising. You could even do it as a queen sacrifice. Yeah, so I'm liking what Lavinia is doing on board 4. So we're doing good on board 1 and board 4, and then Anna is in major trouble, and Inna is in... Well, it's kind of difficult to say whether she's in big trouble or some trouble. But both Inna and Anna are... they're definitely worse. No cameras on the players? No. Unfortunately, the World Chess Federation is pretty strict with bringing your own electronic devices into the venue. Is it always 2 whites and 2 blacks per team? Yes. But then you rotate who is white and who is black. So Pia on board 1, she was black yesterday and then she's white today. And tomorrow she'll probably be black again. So it's a bad day to be a Swedish female chess player whose name ends with na? Yeah. I think that's the summation. So far. Things could change. There are positive people in chat. I'm not the most optimistic of the bunch. 2-2 today? I don't know. Could be 2.5 win, right? If Pia and Lavinia win and then one of Anna or Inna manages to salvage a draw. Could be 2.5. Could be a 2.5 loss also, but I do think Pia and Lavinia's advantages are quite significant. Why is she always playing lower rated players in tournaments? Random? She played a grandmaster in Portugal. I think you just aren't... Yeah. I think she plays about as many higher rated as lower rateds. Maybe a bit more lower rateds. But she's not only playing lower rateds. That's a massive exaggeration. Anna is winning this, right, Hammer? No. She's losing. But she is also about to make it to her specialty, which is being low on time and having the opponent make mistakes because they think, oh, I'm gonna win on time, and then they don't spend enough time thinking about the quality of their moves, and maybe she can make a comeback. Yeah, if you only saw one previous stream, I do feel like that is not enough to firmly establish that she only plays lower rateds. I think some statisticians will be unhappy with your sample size. Pia moved? Yeah, Pia's attacking her opponent's knight. But right now, I am more interested in Anna's game. Because frankly, her time is ticking down pretty quickly. And the awareness I have now of her opponent actually being on a 99.5 accuracy, that is incredibly impressive. And I want to see if she can keep it up. Unfortunately, the reality is that she probably can. Because what Anna's problem in this game has been is that she's making decisions where Black's follow-up is pretty obvious. So if we go back here, okay, queen to e8 is not obvious, but it is a move that she probably had prepared ahead of time. So this was part of the plan of her opening. And then moving the knight back to push pawn to f5 afterwards. So far, so good. And knight to c5. All of this plan of moving the queen away and then maneuvering the knight over, this was in her preparation. So from this moment, Isabel had to think for herself. And then knight to b3 moves the knight away from the center, attacks the pawn on a5, yes, but it also encourages a trade in a situation where Black's knights both wanted to use the c5 square. So Black is happy to just push the pawn forward, attack the pawn, and after the trade, now Black doesn't have two knights both trying to access the same square. Black only has one. So that a4 move, that was a good move, but it wasn't the most tricky. It made sense trying to save the pawn that was under attack and encourage a trade that Black kind of wanted to see anyway. And here, after that happened, Black's whole opening revolves around going with a pawn to f5. And we talked about how Anna here should go rook to g1. She needed to do something to try and discourage this f5 move. Because rook to g1, if then pawn to f5, takes, rook is already in position to point down towards the king. And there's also the ideas of the bishop moving up to the h5 square, attacking the queen, and then going for the kill then with the rook against the king. But Anna didn't do that. She didn't play what is called in chess a prophylactic move, trying to prevent the opponent's plan. She went queen to d2, which did nothing but encourage a move Black wanted to make anyway. And then after the trade and the rook pointing down on the king had no choice but to evacuate the g file and get itself out of the rook's path. So that was an easy move. That was an easy move. That was an easy move. And now after bishop to h6, you have to go for the trade. Then you have to prevent the checkmate. And so part of the reason why Isabel is finding all these right moves is that Anna is not really... She's kind of playing into her opponent's hands a bit. And Black's plan is always more intuitive than White's. And right now, I feel like it might be too late to change that trend in the game. Because now, even if you do play a move like pawn to f3, Black has a very straightforward idea of just placing their rook inside White's half, protected by a pawn. Very difficult for White to chase it away. And then afterwards, when White tries to put pressure on the rook, you just come in with another one. And you get something like this. And if you just look at the position for a couple of seconds, you might think, well, this should be okay for White, because White has all of these pieces pointing down towards the Black king that's poorly defended in the corner of the board. And there's only a singular Black pawn protecting the king. But the reality that's we're kind of realizing is that, yeah, it's close to being checkmate, but this queen has the very important g7 square under control. And like, this knight is busy defending the pawn, so this knight cannot contribute in an attack. These white pawns are all on the light squares, as is the white bishop. So even if we wanted to point the bishop towards the Black king, it wouldn't really help us out. Not just because the knight can capture the bishop, but let's imagine that the bishop is not captured. Even here, the bishop pointing towards the Black king is being blocked by its own pawn in the center. And that's why it was difficult to realize in the moment, but bishop to h6 was a major mistake. Because after that move, we lost control of the f4 square, which means that the Black rook can now access this in the future. And we went for this because we thought we'll get our queen into an attacking position and we'll trade off one of the few pieces defending the Black king. It makes sense, but the reality is that Black's king is a lot safer than we originally realized. And as long as the Black king is safe, we have major issues with protecting stuff and the bishop being kind of blocked by its own pawns and the king not being super safe either. So yeah, great game by Isabel right now. And Anna is... The fact that Anna is thinking for so long now means that she realizes how bad the situation is. But then at the same time, it would have been better if she had realized that a couple moves earlier and rather spent more time earlier when her position was still fixable than now where it's just the saddest thing. Is there any point in trying to go for bishop h5, bishop g6? Yes. That might be one of the better ways of finally putting some pressure on the opponent before you just get steamrolled. But the computer doesn't even have it on its top choices. So I'm a bit nervous that these kind of ideas... The thing is, the knight comes in, gives a check on the king. And when the king moves, the rook comes in as well. Check on the king. But I still kind of like this. Because then at least, like... At least here you're trying to create some difficult decisions for black. But yeah, no, computer says it's pretty hopeless. Rook comes in, check on the king. King gets more involved than what is healthy. And then rook comes over here, attacks the queen, and threatens checkmate here and here. Possibly other places as well. Will you commentate the Pia versus Levy match? I will not, but there will be a special commentator for that. But that should be Anna's announcement. Okay, pawn to f3 played. Would have been better if she played it 2 moves ago. In fact, I kind of said if she played it 2 moves ago, I thought she would be better. But now it's a little bit too late because black can just go for the trade and put the rook on the f4 square, which we've been talking about now for a while, and it's just a really, really good rook placement. No commentator is more special than Hammer. I don't know if that's true. Well, I don't want to leak, but I feel like it's not leaking when it's like super obvious. Anna's doing commentary. But yeah. Leaked? Yeah, I guess it. But surely you could have guessed that she's gonna do her own commentary on PS Game, no? I don't know. I leaked. I don't know. It depends on how much I get yelled at in the evening. I surely that's not a major leak. We'll see. Can she still castle? Yeah. She can still castle queenside. Which is better than if she couldn't do that. But that's also the best thing I can say about it. She needs to castle because she needs to get this rook into the game. Okay, let's check in with Pia. So only 2 moves made here. Okay, maybe 3. Pia's opponent moved both of her rooks pointing down towards the white king. That makes sense. I said Pia was going to go rook e3 here, but instead she pushed her pawn forward to attack the knight. And she actually managed to get the knight to retreat out on the edge of the board. But on the other hand, now the knight is attacking the white pawn in return. I'm guessing Pia goes knight to d5 here. But the computer prefers just pawn to a3. Just simply defend the pawn. Pia is definitely better because she has that easy plan of trying to attack down the e-file towards the e7 pawn. Legend says Hammer leaked Ding's prep against Nepo. I actually got into some trouble when I tried discussing the Karana leak. Because Karana leaked some of his prep before the World Championship match against Magnus. And then people were like upset that I was digging into it and trying to figure out what openings Fabiano had prepared based on the names of his opening files. And I'm pretty sure I'm right about it when I said, if you guys are not interested in discussing a leak from the World Chess Championship, you're just not that interested in the game. Then you're only interested in the players if you don't think that it's super exciting to try and figure out what openings had been prepared. That leak was the difference between losing or winning the match. It was not, let me tell you. Magnus couldn't manage to get anything with the white pieces. The only leak that happened was that Fabiano was playing the Petrov, which everyone knew in advance. And then Magnus, he tried to play the Petrov maybe twice as white, and he had nothing against Fabiano's prep. The teams are made by nationality or the federation from that country sponsor. I'm not sure what you're saying. Chess operates with federations that does not require citizenship. In general, I'm not super happy with how there's a question mark move, by the way, in Anna's game. The teams in the Chess Olympiad is based on what chess federation you belong to, not what your nationality is. But most of the time, those two will overlap. Okay, computer says Anna now can survive this game if she goes rook to g6. And then if queen takes rook. So note here that pawn takes is not available because of the pressure from the queen down on the king. And if queen takes, then the queen leaves the protection of the rook, allowing check, 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 and a draw. So rook to g6, big opportunity in this game. And it can see Anna escaping with a draw in a game where she got kind of outplayed, if I'm honest. Anna always wants to win. Yeah, but it's a team competition. She's down to 13 minutes. And at this point, she realizes that her position is strategically awful. The fact that Anna spent 18 minutes on the previous move tells us that she realized how precarious the situation is. She will not take the draw even if she sees it. Well, but that might cost the team the win as a result. You guys are used to Anna in team in individual tournaments. Let's see if she acts differently in the team ones. Also, chess is about playing the best moves. Here, she's in massive trouble if she doesn't go for the draw. It's not a question of going for the draw or not going for the draw. It's a question of just playing good moves. And here, the only good move is going for the draw. And she does it! Well done! Very important move there from Anna. Sacrificing the rook. That is going to catch her opponent by surprise. Her opponent played with 99 accuracy. But she made one mistake, and now Anna is going to survive the game. The rook! She sacrifices the rook! Yeah, I don't have the guttural for that. Are streamers easier to prep against? I would say so, yeah. Fanta coming in with a prime. My apologies to everyone who's been subbing and didn't get a shout out, despite the clear instruction I got yesterday. Part of my problem is that, especially if you have a message together with your subscription, that message is played on my headset. And you guys can't hear it, but it's messing me up. And I also hate the moo sound. One more time. Thank you for the 4 months. Cow hater? I mean, it's interrupting my flow. And you guys can say all you want that I must respect the moo sound, but let me just note that it is the decision of the streamer that you guys do not get that sound on your end. They could have programmed it to have the moo sound for every sub, but they didn't. Is Hammer afraid of cows? Are you not afraid of cows? Man, if you're not afraid of cows, you have not spent a lot of time in farmland. Those things are huge. Cows are gentle? I mean, my aunt once got chased, although that may have been a bull. But like, it's the same species, right? My aunt once got chased at the summer house on the way from the house to the lake. There's a huge grass field. And yeah, it was traumatic for her. And then the whole field is full of, yeah, you can imagine. She found a draw? Well, she found a draw if she wants to. But here's the thing. If she just continues with the checks now, it's going to be a draw. But she doesn't necessarily have to only do checks. Number one, here she can go for capturing a pawn. And when she captures the first pawn, she can then capture another one afterwards. And if the queen comes in to give a check, you can sacrifice your rook. Yeah, you can sacrifice your rook and then make a draw. Probably a rook is too much. No, because here if the king goes back into the corner, it's checkmate. And if the king goes up, then you manage to capture this pawn and have a double attack on the king and on the knight. Okay, yeah, so maybe this is a draw. But you can kind of test your opponent and maybe they get scared about capturing the rook and stuff like that. Also, a computer mentioned here, after takes, you can go knight to b5, and you're attacking the pawn on c7. Black can capture in the center, and then also open an attack against the h3 pawn. But then after knight takes, an attack on the rook moves away, and look at this, knight to e8. Attacking the pawn on d6. And then, oh wow, and after pawn takes pawn, then you don't have to move your bishop that's under attack. You can take the pawn on d6 because then you're also attacking the bishop on c8. And you end up in this situation, which is pretty good for white, because now you have a pawn with a clear path trying to become a new queen. Thanks for the gifted, EXO. So, yeah. The thing is, she only has 9 minutes left. So she doesn't have time to figure all of this out. That was a pretty complicated knight maneuver. The knight moving 4 times at once and just taking everything, ignoring all the threats against the white position in the meantime. In a team tournament and you're down to 8 minutes, you gotta make the draw. But first, you should probably check how the other team members are doing. Like, if you desperately need to win, I suppose you gotta go for the win. Okay, Inna is down a pawn for no good reason. So Inna is losing on board 2. That's on the upper right. Pia is significantly better. Pia is probably winning. And then Anna potential draw. And it's all about Lavinia on the fourth board, on the bottom right. Oh gosh. On the fourth board, we've had a shocking move. Black has rushed their pawn up, leaving the pawn, the c6 pawn. I can't really mark that square for you guys, but there's a black pawn in serious trouble on Lavinia's board. Computer says it's equal, but it looks super dangerous for black. Ooh, did she sacrifice that pawn on purpose? Computer's kind of liking it. It's very, very difficult to say what's going to happen on board 4. And that could be decisive for the entire match. Does Anna go for the win? If Lavinia does manage to win her game, and Anna ends up losing because she's low on time, then Anna will be responsible for the team not winning the match. Okay, so far so good. Anna is making the checks. But now comes a big decision. Does she go for the trade of queens? And then go after the pawn on c7? Does she capture this pawn immediately, allowing the black queen access to give checks on the white king? Or does she just go back and forth for the draw? Oh damn. Yeah, I'm making arrows, but I forgot that you guys can't see it on the overview screen. Repeat twice, then think. Yeah, that's the recommended method. So Anna should go back here, check again. This would be the second time this situation arises. And then here, she can think. Whether she wants to make the draw, that would be the third time. Oh my god, she plays on. She goes for the trade of the queens. Damn it, she could have gone back and forth one more time and then made the trade. For someone who's used to being in time trouble, that is incredibly bad. Like, you should maximize the number of moves to add extra time to your clock. She could have gone back and forth one more time. Okay, anyway. She chooses to play on, goes for the queen trade, and now pawn to h4, actually getting the green star here, signaling that this was the best move available in the position. The pawn just wanted to move away from the black bishop's diagonal so that the black bishop cannot capture the white pawn. Computer says it's equal, slightly better for black, but yeah. Anna is basically saying, I'm gonna take this kid down in the endgame. A classic time-honored strategy in chess. Anna is the old one here. Let's just hope it's not a rook endgame. She might have actually thought about your words. Yeah, this is true. We talked about yesterday how you shouldn't be afraid to trade queens against a lower rated opponent. Although, I didn't mean not to trade. Like, you can still make a draw against a player who's been almost playing perfect when you're down to 7 minutes for 15 moves. But it's only 15 moves. Actually, we're on move 25 right now. 7 minutes and 15 moves is better time than Anna normally has. Why specifically lower rated? Because a lot of people don't mind trading queens against higher rated because they think it's more likely to end up in a draw. But they think that trading queens against the lower rated is bad because they think queen trade is the same as taking away winning possibilities. And I'm trying to say that even an endgame gives you winning possibilities, maybe even bigger ones when you're playing against lower rateds, because there's a lot of lower rated players who do not take endgame study seriously. The main person today being an example of that. Is king to d2 better than castling? Yes. Now, since the queens have been traded off, Anna will not castle her king, because then the king would be 2 squares away from the center of the board. Instead, she will move her king 1 step forward, which also opens up for the rook to get into the game, but in addition has the king just 1 step away from the center of the board. Hammer, how are your endgames? I am very good at endgames. It is probably one of my strongest areas of expertise. Hammer learned from Magnus. I did. It's not even false. Like, my entire strategy for chess has been looking at Magnus, trying to do what he does, and then doing it slightly worse. And it turns out if you're a slightly or even very worse version of Magnus, you can still become the 40th best player in the world. Stuckfish with a gifted sub, thank you. How do you study endgames? Well, I mean, there are different ways. It depends on your level. Obviously, I've read Dvoretsky's endgame manual cover to cover. But I think at an earlier stage than that, I would just do some practice runs. If I were to advise Anna what she should do, she should find a player who's approximately her level, and then she should have a coach give her some training positions, and then she and her training partner should just play out the training positions over and over again until you get a feel for the situations. And then you should discuss the games you played with your coach and kind of talk about typical mistakes and so on. but everything is going to be like you're going to learn so much better when you actually have to move the pieces yourself and experience what you find difficult. Hammer, would you rather play Vichy or Hikaru? The thing is, you're now just mentioning the two players I have the absolute worst score against. Vichy and Hikaru both have a tendency of absolutely destroying me. But I guess Hikaru has destroyed me more, so I'll go with Vichy. I will say this, the best Blitz game I ever played was against Vichy. I beat him in a Blitz game, which is no easy feat. The man is a speed monster. And I made it look easy, which is incredibly rare to do against a player of that caliber. Anna going fast on the board? Well, she better, because she's not super doing great on time. I thought she was going to move her king here to the f2 square, but these two moves have the similar idea of just centralizing the king. Will all the teams play 11 games, or are there eliminations? No. All teams will play 11 games. Does Hammer try harder when he plays Swedish people? I don't know if I try harder, but I will say that my score against Swedes is freaking incredible. And my score against Norwegians is not great the last couple of years. Basically, the only reason my rating is as high as it is right now is because I'm consistently beating the Swedes. Pia among them. I beat Pia, I beat Milton twice. I beat Young Min. I beat Isak. I think I beat some more Swedes as well, but it's a good stat to have. Who do you think will win the Pia versus Levy match? I think Levy is a massive favorite, but we'll see. I haven't I'm not informed about the rules, but if the Blitz games are weighed the same as the classical ones, Levy is 100% gonna win. Can you get norms in the Olympiad? Yes. But you gotta win some games. Maybe that's why Anna decided to go for the win here instead of making the draw. I didn't realize it wasn't all rapid and classical. I'm pretty sure there's quite a few Blitz games. The thing about the Blitz games is that they take less time than rapid and classical, which means you have time for more of them. And Levy is very good at Blitz. What is norms? Yeah, so a norm is it's a good performance in a tournament. And norms are needed in order to get chess titles because you need to have 3 good performances as well as having a rating threshold in order to get a chess title. who decides to give a norm? It's not really someone to decide. It's more like you need to just get the requirements, and then the kind of the tournament arbiter, the organizer says yes, you have fulfilled the requirement, and then it needs to be approved by the World Chess Federation. So there's a full process, but as long as you get the performance level you need, you get the norm. What dictates a good performance? Well, the thing is, it differs from title to title. So the higher titles require an even stronger performance. But the title that Anna is going for is the WIM in the short term. And in order to get a WIM good performance, you need to play against 5 titled players. I'm not sure that CM counts though, so I'm not sure this game is going to count. You need to play many different federations, which in the Olympiad is no problem whatsoever, because you get a different federation each time. But basically, it means you can't just play a national tournament in your home county. You need to have some international players participating. And then you need to get a certain score. In Anna's case, she needs to get a performance rating, which basically means that if she performed at that level always, she would get the rating that is the performance rating. And she would need a 2250 performance. So she would need to perform 200 points above her own rating, what she was expected to, which is tough, but it's not supposed to be easy. Can you collect the norms before you fulfill the the rating requirement? Yes, that's completely fine. In fact, you cannot fulfill the rating requirement before the norms. So you need to do the rating after your first norm. Why would e takes f5 be a good move here? Yeah, it's not super intuitive. I agree, but basically the computer is eager for black to play the pawn to f4. So the benefit of making this trade between the pawns is that it prevents black from pushing forward. That being said, I prefer the move here with the rook. Why are you moving the rook here? Ooh, it's a trap! It's a trap! Oh, never mind. It's a relay error. It's a relay error. Rook to g1. Check on the king. I thought maybe she was trying to be tricky, moving the rook here, because then after the trade, instead of just trading back, putting the rooks up against each other, she could then give a check on the king, push the king into the corner and recapture. And then she could argue that the white king is better centralized than the black one. On the other hand, then the black rook would come in and attack. Never mind. Rook to g1. I like this. Try to push the king into the corner. Isabelle is not going to like that. She's going to play the king up, but then the problem is that your king is standing in the way of the rook. So it ruins your coordination. She regrets now trading the queens? I don't think so. I think she's doing pretty well here. The computer's saying the best move for black is king to h8. But that's highly problematic. Because then you're putting your own king in the corner while your opponent is about to get their king into the center. And you can never really get your king out of the corner because the white rook is taking control of the open file. Okay, Isabelle does go into the corner. That's a pretty good decision. That was not obvious. And then the king moves forward. And now I'm expecting a trade, because after the trade, the rook can move in. And this is the square we talked about earlier. The f4 square is such a good placement for the rook, not only because it's protected, but also because it puts pressure on white's pawns. Why is Pia playing against such a lower rated player? It's basically because Pia is so good on a pretty bad team. Pia is going to be massively outrating her opponents for the entire tournaments. Simply because the Swedish team is not very good. And Pia is extraordinarily good for being on such a bad team. So, yeah, it's just it's kind of like how Norway plays with Magnus being way higher rated than his opponents all the time, right? It's just at some point when the board one is so much better than the rest of the team, it means that the board one is going to be expected to win a lot of the games. What does the CM stand for? It stands for Candidate Master. But it's just it's a very silly title. Back in the day, we used to laugh at people who got that title. But now it seems like it's been normalized. The thing is, the CM title doesn't even count for title norms. So the World Chess Federation just invented it to try and get more people to pay money for their titles. Because anytime you get a chess title, you have to pay a fee to the World Chess Federation. And so Fide said, let's invent a new title. Let's not have it count towards other title norms. But let's have people pay to get it. CM title is a cash grab. Yes, that is what I was saying. Just you were more concise. Do you have to get the CM title first to get IM or NM? No. Vladimir Kramnik famously never had the international master title. He went straight from a FIDE master to a grandmaster. So sometimes people from poorer federations will skip a title just because everyone knows that they're good enough to get the next one anyway. So they don't want to unnecessarily pay for the middle rating, for the middle title. Ooh, from ChatGPT, application fees based on titles. Well, ChatGPT is incredibly unreliable. Can't you just get it to link to the FIDE regulations where this is stated? Grandmaster title, 300 euros. FIDE master title, 100 euros. Candidate master title, 50 euros. Wow, what a bargain. Additional cost if you want an official title certificate. I think I have one of those certificates. Damn Hammer, didn't know you had $300. Actually, the Grandmaster title, the Norwegian Chess Federation pays. But I had to pay for my FM, FIDE Master title. Or when I say I had to pay, my parents paid. Because I got it when I was like 14, 15. Just little flex there. Prodigy? Well, these days people become Grandmaster at 13, so I was a late bloomer with my Grandmaster title. I was 18 years old, 18 and a half, in fact. What's the benefit of paying for titles? Well, it's a lot of prestige within the chess community. And especially when you get the Grandmaster title, organizers will often invite you to their tournaments and pay your hotel and your meals to have you participate. Because in order to score a Grandmaster norm, you need to face at least 3 Grandmasters. So tournaments care about having Grandmasters attending. And your meals, room service? Well, if meals are included, it's not going to be room service. It's going to be some kind of communal buffet style thing. Will Levy make it? I don't know. It's going to be tough. I think he can make it. I just think that the cost of making it is way higher than the benefit. The cost benefit analysis is not working in favor of the Grandmaster title for Levy. But he knows that. You know, he knows it might hamper his ability to do other things which may be more lucrative, but he wants the Grandmaster title and he has the means to go for it. So the only problem with that is that it puts a lot of pressure on you to actually accomplish what you set out to, because you've given up quite a bit to try and make it happen. Okay, Anna recaptured in the center with a knight. Computer says this was a super important move. Way better than recapturing with a pawn. The reason for that is that you need to trade off this black knight. And that black knight was, amongst other things, protecting the bishop. And the idea here now is that Anna can try to advance her pawn along the edge of the board. And yeah, her opponent can try and capture that pawn, but then boom, pawn protects the rook's entry, and now the rook can attack the pawns on the left side of the board. However, if we had done this without the trade of the knights, then this plan would not have been as effective, because when the rook comes in to attack over here, the bishop would block the rook's access because the bishop was protected by the knight. So by trading off the knight, we're making sure that black has a harder time defending the queenside pawns. Very good decision there from Anna. In the meantime, Pia has won a pawn. So just gonna play through the last couple of moves. We talked about pawn to a3, but I said I think it's more likely that Pia goes with a knight to d5. That was indeed what she did, pointing towards the pawn on e7. That pawn moves forward, but the problem with that guy moving forward is that now no one's protecting the one on d6 instead. So Pia changes her focus, moving her rook over. No more rook pointing towards the e7 pawn. Now we're pointing against this one instead, and that one is super difficult to defend. Laila with the black pieces, she goes for the tripling against the white king, Pia just moves the king back very calmly. She has that long-term pressure against the pawn on d6, but she just has to defend against this pressure down towards the f2 pawn in the meantime. And after pawn to h5, the pawn is trying to continue further forward to eliminate some of these white defensive pawns. But knight to g2, that was the computer top choice, getting the green star. And now finally, Pia is ready to capture the pawn in the center. And if rook takes pawn on f2, which I'm expecting now, then Pia will manage to capture another pawn, check on the king. And when the king moves away, well, actually, it's still not super easy because now this one's under attack, this one's under attack, and there's some pressure over here. So maybe I called this a bit too early, but the computer is saying that this is a winning position for Pia. And part of the reason is that if the knight comes in to capture the pawn, then the queen can come up, check on the king, pressure on the knight to win the game. So looking very good for Pia. Moving back to Anna's game, rook to f4 has come in. The rook threatening against the white pawn. Computer's recommending rook to f1. Going for the trade between the rooks, and if the rook captures the pawn, then we see the access we get in towards the black queenside pawns. The problem with this is that a trade of the rooks is just going to lead to a draw. White is unable to win this game because black can just put all their pawns on the dark squares and threaten to invade with their king on the king side. So Anna isn't going to be interested in a rook trade. Instead, I like this plan pawn to h5. Because if black is not careful here, like say black goes pawn to b6 here, just trying to put all the pawns on the dark squares, then Anna can continue further forward with this pawn. This pawn is then left to its own devices, surrounded by the black rook. But the key thing is that the pawn gives access to the g7 square, so that the rook can come in, attack the bishop, attack the pawn. The bishop moves back. Well, the bishop can even run away here. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that the trade of the pawns leaves white open to keep attacking more pawns on this left side of the board, thereby winning the game. So pawn to h5, big move, played by Anna, and now pawn to h6, played pretty much instantly by Isabel. That's a great defensive move because it prevents the further advance of that white pawn. So good decision by her. Do we now go for the draw? Since she defended so well. Ooh, this is interesting. Computer is recommending pawn to b4. The idea is that white tries to push all of these pawns on the queen side further up to become new queens. And then if there's an en passant trade, that gives access for the white rook to come over on the left side of the board to attack there. In fact, the en passant move would be a big mistake in that circumstance because it allows the white rook access. And b4 has been played. Great move. Great move by Anna with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. And now computer is saying either black has to go for the en passant or rook to h4. Otherwise, this is a winning position for white. Pawn to b4 is a fantastic move. I don't know why Anna has been faring the endgames against the lower rateds, even though she put all her pawns on the same square as her bishop. The fact that she has managed to chase the black king in towards the corner of the board has given her a clear edge in this situation. If the king takes one step forward, Anna will just rush the pawns further on. And the idea here is that after a pawn trade, she will be able to get access with her rook to attack the black pawns on the queen side. And you can see from the eval bar that this would be a winning position for white. b4, very classy move and puts tremendous pressure on the opponent. Right now, I am thinking Anna is going to win this game. That b4 move is just crushing. Computer says, with correct play, black can defend, but with the king stuck in the corner, it's just such a difficult thing to achieve from a practical standpoint. In the meantime, Pia has that position we had on the analysis board earlier. She played all the right moves, and just a reminder now, the knight cannot capture the white pawn because of the queen then coming in with the double attack. So Pia has won a pawn. Her opponent's king is in danger. Pia is trying to get her rook involved to further her attack, and Pia is going to win this game. Let's take a look at the overview. Lavinia, oh darn it, I still haven't learned that name. Lavinia is having, I would say, a slight advantage on board 4. That's on the bottom right. The white knight has been stuck now on the side of the board. The black pawns are doing a good job of restricting the knight, making sure that it cannot come back into the game. Anna has an advantage as well on board 3. Pia is winning. And then in Inna's game, Inna has sacrificed a rook for a bishop and a pawn. Computer, she can make a draw now going back and forth with her queen to give checks on the king. But Inna being significantly higher rated than her opponent, she's probably going to want to try and find a way to win the game. It could potentially be 4-0 Sweden in this match right now. And trust me, it did not look like a 4-0 sweep out of the openings. Okay, en passant has been played. The special move where you can capture a pawn moving 2 steps forward as if it had only moved 1. Basically, you're not allowed to sneak past an opposing pawn. It has to have the option of capturing you. Anna recaptures, and now the plan of moving the rook over to the left side is devastating for black. The only saving move is rook to h4. The idea is that after this rook moves over, if white now tries to go for the attack on the queen side, then the rook can come in, check on the king. We cannot block with the bishop because then the black bishop comes forward. We cannot capture the black bishop because of the rook pointing in on the king. And this is a complete disaster because of the pressure against our bishop. So if there's a check, we have to move our king, but then the rook moves over to capture a pawn. And not only does it capture a pawn, it also protects the black pawn that we were going to target with our rook moving up on the left side. So black needs this defensive plan to keep the pawn on b7 defended. If not rook to h4, Anna is going to win this game. Also, after rook to h4, Anna can go bishop to f3 first, anticipating the rook wanting to give a check. And then if the rook still tries to make this pressure, you can run away from the pressure. And the rook can give another check, but then you can try and block with your bishop. That leaves the pawn undefended, but then you can go and start your attack over here. Very interesting. Okay, rook h4 played. Good. Isabel has played pretty well this game. But then it's a testament to Anna's early endgame skill that she's still managing to put so much pressure. Okay, I'm guessing Anna maybe will go pawn forward, because that has the benefit of not allowing the rook to come in. Pawn up, rook check, king steps back, and now if the rook moves over, computer says this is very good for white. I'm not fully understanding why though. Computer wants pawn to b5, which is wild to me. But I guess you have this idea of going around. And if the rook tries to block that idea, then you can sacrifice your pawn in order to create like access for your rook. Here, sacrificing that pawn wins the game for Anna, because now suddenly all of black's pawns are undefended. That's very, very nicely done. Okay, Anna does go pawn to b4. I think it's reasonably likely that Isabel goes after this. And then Anna can do the brilliant pawn sacrifice we just analyzed. This is hard to see. Yeah, it's tricky. But Anna, with less than a minute on the clock, is wild, you know? Anna's accuracy right now is 96.9. And that's despite being completely outplayed at some stage. Isabel is at 97.4. Normally, when players have that high accuracy, it's because they played a really boring game. But this was the King's Indian, one of the trickiest openings there is. And a big fight with the white king didn't castle, black pushing forward with the pawns trying to open up in the center, that kind of thing. I'm gonna switch over to Pia for just a second. Pia just had a situation where trading the queens was the only good move, but she found it, obviously. And now Pia can give a check, go after the pawn over here, and then save her own pawn. But apparently that was a mistake. If she had played pawn to a3 here, it would have been game over. But giving the check first and then going pawn to a3, for some reason, this is not as good. But like, Pia's about to be up by 2 pawns. So I don't understand why the computer thinks this is even interesting. Ooh, it's kind of scary when the computer thinks that one player can be down 2 pawns and it's still unclear. The knight is coming in after the white king. Really making its way all the way over. Okay, we got to move on Anna's board. Bishop to e8. She's going after the pawn on h5, but then Anna comes in for the attack on the opposite side. And Anna's playing her moves quickly. Computer says it's a draw, but it's not a draw in the obvious way. No. Actually, I don't think the computer says it's a draw. I think she's winning. I think she's winning. The eval bar is lagging behind because the computer is not updating right now, but I think Anna is winning. I think the rook will come in, take down these pawns. Yes, the update from the eval bar. Anna has a winning position. What endgame magic is this? After the queens were traded, computer believed that black was slightly better. But Anna has played it perfectly since the queen trade. And even though she was way down on time, she's about to win this game. Losing a pawn over here on this side of the board doesn't matter, because she's going to be able to capture the black pawns on the left side. And the key here is that when these black pawns gets captured off the board, that's going to give access for the white pawns to push forward and become new queens. We're on move 35. Anna gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock when she makes it to move 40. 5 more moves. Can't she just pin and win the bishop now? It's black's turn. So if it was Anna's move, she could move her rook down, and the bishop cannot move because it would put her own king in check. That's why black has no choice but to capture this pawn, to move the bishop away from that pressure. Can't black just keep checking? Well, if the rook goes to check, we hide behind our own bishop. And if the rook continues to put pressure, now we get that idea where the bishop cannot move because of the king behind it. Okay, the bishop captures the pawn. Anna right now down a pawn. She gives a check on the king. So she doesn't go for the pawn on b7. Look at this. She's allowing her opponent's king to get off the bottom rank, which is usually a bad thing. But the good thing about this way is that she's now going to be able to attack the pawn on c7 and get a check on the king and the pressure against the next pawn on that same row afterwards. Extra move. I mean, you could argue that she gets an extra move from this, but at the same time, black's king then becomes way more involved in the game. Sometimes it's worth taking one step slower to capture, if that means you can prevent the king from getting away from the corner. Time will show whether this was the right decision. Don't force your opponent into making moves they wanted to make anyway. Well, here's the thing. Black is happy to move the king forward, but it's not like that was a priority for them. Like, black's priority right now is trying to get this pawn forward to become a new queen. That's black's only chance of surviving. So yeah, black's king becomes more active in the game, but maybe that doesn't matter because it doesn't affect the main plan that black had, which was trying to get a new queen. Can she still blunder? I don't think so. I mean, she can, but I don't think it's likely at this stage. Because the way she's playing is, we don't have a camera on her, obviously, but the pace with which she has played and the level of her moves has been very convincing the last 10, 15 moves. No chicken counting in the rook endgame? Ooh, true. We are in a rook endgame. No guarantees what's going to happen. Computer says it's winning, but... Ina drew? Okay, thank you. Let's pop over to the overview. Oh, and Pia has won. Pia's opponent didn't see... Pia's opponent resigned in a position where the computer believed she had chances to survive. Pia wins her game, but her opponent could have tried to move the knight into the center of the board. She realized she was about to lose the second pawn, and that's why she resigned. But the computer actually says that this is likely to be a draw, even though black is 2 pawns down. Although in practical play, Pia probably would have won anyway. But the computer is saying it can defend this situation for black, which is sensational, but still, no one's ever won a game by resigning. This is why everyone on the internet is always like, oh, why don't they resign? And then when people do resign, you're all like, well, why did they resign? Obviously, they could have gotten a draw here. But Lila, she realized she was about to lose a second pawn against a grandmaster, and she thought, I don't stand a chance. But the truth is, she did stand a chance, and she could have gone for the save. Okay, but that was a lot of things happening at the same time. Inna moves back and forth, checking her opponent's king. So it's a draw on board 2. Lavinia still has the advantage on board 4. And we got a move coming in here on Anna's board. King to g7. I don't know why she spent so much time doing that, thinking about that. Obviously, that's where you want to put your king. Anna goes after the pawn on c7, as expected. And now the question is, how do you deal with the tons of checks that the black rook is going to put in towards the white king? Probably you can just move towards the rook. And then you can attack the rook, and the rook can no longer give more checks. Let's update the score. Sweden, 1.5. New Zealand, 0.5. Why is that a question mark? I don't think it's a question mark. I think that's fine. If Anna wins, Sweden wins. That's the brilliant thing about being the third player to finish. Anna was the match winner of the yesterday as well against Fiji. Never trust someone who uses commas for decimals. Seriously? Can we do a poll on this? Am I right in saying periods for decimals is a very American thing? It's English? Well, same thing. Sorry, Brits. I'm gonna vote. Wow, it's pretty close. Where's my euros at? Surely we outnumber all the English speakers. Even if we're stuck with it as a lingua franca. English is the first channel tag? Wow. Why is rook a7 better than rook c8? I don't know. I don't really understand it. Ooh, actually, maybe I do understand. If rook to a7, black cannot go pawn to c6 because then that pawn can be captured and you're not able to recapture because of the pin on the king. Whereas after rook to c8, you can go pawn to c6 because then after the capture, you can recapture. But I don't understand why this makes a significant difference. Because either way, Anna's going to have a pawn over here that's going to be a prime candidate for becoming a new queen. Are we on move 38? Yes, we are. Just 2 moves away from getting more time. Anna's accuracy right now, 95.6. Pia's accuracy, 93.7. Just putting it out there. It's just facts. Do players change their strategy as they see their team results? The people who are good team players do, yes. But there's not a lot of those in chess. Okay, big question here. Where does the king go? The king is currently in check. There's actually a reasonable argument to try and move the king up here on the left because then you can help your pawn become a new queen. So if you move the king back, you allow the rook to just keep giving checks. But at the end of the day, you are going to get away from the checks. That being said, computer says here rook to f2 is a draw. Okay, that's kind of terrifying. Allowing the pawn to be captured, but getting back. And the idea is that now you've chased the white king so far away from the black pawn that the pawn endgame is a draw. No, this is not a draw. This is not a draw. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know about this. This is a complicated endgame. The eval bar seems to live a life of its own every time I input my own moves. Anna has decided to go towards the rook, though. So she's staying close to this pawn, trying to become a new queen. You said she couldn't blunder? Did I, though? Yeah, I guess maybe I did. No, endgames are tough. Don't take anything for granted. Okay, computer's saying pawn to c6. The only winning move for white is pawn to c5. And then after pawn takes, pawn to d6. Rook over, pawn takes. Actually, now computer's saying this is a draw. Wait, I'm confused. Is computer saying that this is a draw with correct play? What if we just take it? Take. Rook over here. Yeah, no, the The computer is not super happy that our king is not contributing in helping our own pawn trying to become a new queen. This is not over yet. Not by a far stretch. You know what would be good? If black tries to give another check, then it's game over. Anna will make it to move 40 on her next move. So after the next move, oh god. If her opponent plays pawn to c6, she needs to find this pawn to c5 move before she gets additional time. Wait, oh my god! Rook takes pawn! No! Computer says rook takes pawn is winning! But that's move 40! There's no way you're gonna find that in 2 minutes. The computer didn't even find it in half a minute. Rook takes pawn, that is a sick move. Takes. Now you got 2 pawns working their way up to becoming a new queen, and if the rook comes over here to attack in from behind, then pawn to c5, and if that pawn is captured, pawn to b5, and you lure the black pawn onto the same file as the rook, so that now this pawn is blocking the rook from contributing defensively. And if the rook tries to get its way back, well, then these 2 pawns are working together to become a new queen. Oh, that is so sick. Okay, so good news. Current position on the board is winning. Bad news, the way it's winning is pretty unfreaking believable. Imagine she repeated one more time, we would have been at move 40 now. Oh, that is such a good comment. When she traded the queens, I was upset because she could have gone back and forth one more time. And had she done that, she would have gotten the additional 30 minutes already. Oh, good news. Rook to c3, that's a mistake. Anna takes the pawn. We're at move 40. She gets an additional 30 minutes. And now after king up, I guess pawn to c5. Oh god. No, pawn to c5 is not the right move. You have to move the king over to chase the rook away. Computer saying pawn to c5 is also good. Takes. Pawn rushes to become a new queen. Pawn forward. Rook up, because now you're threatening to promote. King over. Rook check. King defend. King back. Ooh, rook takes pawn. Only winning move. Because you keep this guy protected. What happened if you had done that on the previous move? Ah, that would also be winning. Yeah, I don't know. This is still I may have exaggerated the simplicity of the winning strategy here. But the good news is that she has gotten an additional 30 minutes. Okay, computer recommends just moving the king over to attack the rook. That makes a lot of sense. Because in general, you want to trade as few pawns as possible. And moving this king over pushes the rook out of its attack on the c4 pawn. And then when the rook moves away, you can freely capture this guy. And then you rush. But then you have 2 guys rushing together. The problem is that if you rush the pawn immediately, this guy is not a passed pawn because this one is blocking its path, right? And you can't capture this one because then you lose this one. Yeah, no, King E2 is definitely the best. She plays C5 in a minute. Why is she playing this move in a minute? Did she not realize she had made 40 moves? Okay, she plays the worst move and she does it without thinking. The good news is that the worst move is still a winning move. But she's voluntarily trading off some pawns that she didn't need to trade off. I think the thing I'm the most upset about here is just that she's making the move after move 40. Like, there's no reason not to just sit down and think about things for a little bit when you got the additional 30 minutes. There's no need in rushing your moves. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, they still have the same amount of pawns. Black's pawns are shattered around the board, which is why white has such a big advantage. The white pawns are all next to each other so they can all defend each other on the way forward. That's why white is winning, but 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, you can't take for granted that that's going to be a winning situation. Once she does start thinking, she's going to take 20 minutes. Yeah, but imagine she starts thinking after she made a mistake that leads the game to be a draw. The point is that you got to spend your time while you're still winning. You can't go fast and then stop when you've already messed up. Fanta, after move 40, the players get an additional 30 minutes added to their clock, which is pretty significant when Anna is down to just 1 minute and 39 seconds. And frankly, she's been at that time now for a moment. So getting that additional time is a huge change in circumstances. Why didn't the time change? The time doesn't change until one of the players tick down to 0. Because in case 40 moves has not been played, the clocks are not supposed to give false information to the players. And it's the player's responsibility to know that they made it to move 40 and that they're getting the additional time. What happened on board 4? Did something happen? I mean, when I'm fully focused on Anna's game, you guys are the ones who's going to have to tell me what happened. A draw has been agreed. But did we not agree that Lavinia had an advantage there at some point? I'm not sure she has an advantage in the final position, though. It feels like she kind of messed up. I don't know even why her opponent made a draw there. Can white not go with the knight to attack the rook? Isn't this very awkward? The knight cannot be captured because then rook captures rook. And if the rook moves back, then you lose this pawn on the edge of the board. And if the rook tries to protect the pawn on the edge of the board, then the knight comes in with a fork. Okay, I think considering the circumstances, we're reasonably happy there with that game having been agreed to a draw at the end. Okay, the fact that I did some analysis removed the draw situation thing, but it's fine. We also now can lay the English versus the rest of the world to rest, because now it's a 2-1 situation. Okay, rook to c4. That is just losing instantly, no? Rook to c4, trying to attack two white pawns at the same time, but Anna can now capture the black pawn, and if the black rook captures the white pawn, we have this very important rook to c8 move, taking control of the d8 square, which is the square we need to control to get a new queen. And the black king is unable to get close to that most dangerous white pawn, because here actually having the doubled pawns is saving us, because it's making sure that the black rook cannot attack the front pawn, and it's making sure that the black king cannot get close to the white pawn. So pawn takes on d6, and that's the end of the game. Sweden wins 3-1. Anna should see this with 30 minutes. Yeah, no, the key here is that she actually let her time run below the 0. Because sometimes people get weird about, oh, my clock doesn't say 30 minutes. I have to make a quick move just in case. But, you know, you did make 40 moves. And you know the rules. This is not your first tournament game. So you should know better. Is there increment after the 30 minutes get added? Yes. The 30 extra seconds per move is throughout the game. It doesn't change after the additional 30 minutes. Really hoping for a Sweden versus Norway match. I think it's unlikely to happen in the women's section, but maybe it'll happen in the open section. Are there other time rules in Classic? I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but the time rules in this tournament is the one that's super normal. And it's the same one as Anna had in the tournament in Portugal. It's the same one as the tournament in Los Angeles. How strong is Norway's women's team? They're ranked about the same as Sweden, but obviously their construction is very different because we don't have Pia. So instead of having one super good player, we have like 4 girls who are all 2150, 2170, thereabout. Is the game paused? Why no moves? Well, let me introduce to you. You're clearly new at the channel. Let me introduce to you Anna Crumling thinking about chess moves. It's a classic. And it is going to take quite a significant portion of your life. The good news is you can multitask and do other things. Does this move really require much thought? No, she just needs to see the rook c8 move. But the rook c8 move is not completely obvious. And the thing is, even a move like... So if there was only one winning move, very often you will find it pretty easily. But here, Anna has several winning moves. King to e3 is also a winning move. It makes it a lot more difficult, but computer says this should be winning for white. And as long as you have decent alternatives, you do have to check out all of your options. She will see c takes d6. Well, the trick is not seeing that you can capture a pawn. The trick is that you see this rook to c8 move. Because here, rook to c8 is the only winning move. All other moves end in a draw. So taking the pawn is not the difficult thing. Ignoring the black pawn here and instead focusing on taking control of the queening square, as we call it when it's the square where the pawn becomes a new queen. That's the key. But I think she's going to find it. And I don't mind her spending some time here. As long as you find the right move, you can spend 20 minutes. The key is winning the game. You should see that too. Well, it just from a human perspective, you don't like splitting up your pawns like this. Going into this situation feels a bit wrong because now none of the white pawns can defend each other, whereas previously 4 of white's pawns could defend each other. So the thing is, you got to go beyond your kind of strategic instinct and just do a brute force calculation that you're able to guide your pawn to becoming a new queen. If it was super obvious, she would have played it already, I can assure you. If pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, and then pawn just follows forward, then the king is able to move back and help out and defend. That's why it's so important that these 2 pawns are closing down the path for the king to get into its defensive position. What if rook takes rook? Well, rook takes rook, your pawn continues and the pawn becomes a new queen. So that one Anna is not thinking about. Can't she just take the pawn and then think? No. Because if you take the pawn and takes on... The only winning move here is rook to c8. And you cannot take it for granted that you always have a winning move in any position. You have to see this move before you make the decision to ruin the coordination of your pawns. Hammers like, chat, are you stupid? Well, I feel like I'm explaining it and you're just not listening. I was fine explaining it the first 2 times, but when I get the 3rd question, I'm like, chess is not as easy as you guys think it is. And I should know. I know better than you guys what is easy and what is not. And it kind of gets on my nerve when people don't trust my assessment of what is easy and what is not. And I get it wrong sometimes too. I don't dismiss that. But I'm still closer to knowing than you guys. So trust my opinion just a little bit. And I'm so used to chat going like, oh, why don't they resign when the computer says, you know, +6, like now? But why would Isabel resign when she has the same number of pawns as what Anna has? Same number of pawns. Why resign? And then you go to Pia's game, and you guys are going to go like, oh, why did she resign? She had good chances of making a draw. And there the computer is saying that somehow, despite being down 2 pawns, Black had the ability to create some counter chances against Pia's king. I think just in general, a rule of thumb for you guys, look at what the computer says. That's fine. But always keep in mind the number of pawns and the number of pieces. Just because the computer says something is completely winning, if one of the players is up by a bishop and computer says their opponent is completely winning, do keep in mind that the opponent has an extra bishop. So that tells you something about if you mess things up, you're going to lose the game instead of winning it. Just check the material balance just as much as you check the computer's evaluation. Can you calculate rook takes b7 pawn? So rook takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, takes back and takes. In general, when you're trying to win, you don't want to trade pawns. So here white is still better because the white pawns are working together. But you're struggling to get the pawn across to get a new queen. Because every time you try to advance, the king can just step next to it. I don't like that Anna is taking this long though. She's been thinking for 12 minutes now, and she hasn't found this idea yet. It's just once she sees it, she's gonna play it. Oh, there we go. Let's go. GG's. That's what we wanted to see. Instead of rook c8, rook e7, is it so bad? Yeah, so after takes, if you want to go rook e7, the rook comes in here to stop the pawns. And if you try to push the pawn, you lose your rook and you lose the game. There is only rook to c8, but she has seen that move. And you know how I know she saw that move? Because she took the pawn. She would never have taken that pawn without having seen the winning move afterwards. Will Anna join for a post-game interview? Yes. But she needs to recover her cell phone first. And that seemed to be a struggle yesterday. I want to remind everyone that Anna is doing vlogs. Damn you. People so upset that I said vlog. Vlog. Yeah, okay, I do say blog instead of vlog, but you can put a B in front of an L. You cannot put a V in front of an L. That is not a thing. That's an acronym more than an actual word. Okay, Vladimir is going to be upset with me for that comment, I suppose. Vladimir. I don't know why I found that so funny. Why has Anna not moved? How the frick did she take the pawn on d6 and not play rook to c8 automatically afterwards? Oh my god. Any other move than rook to c8 and this is a draw. Okay, she played it. Okay, double checking, yeah. It's making me crazy, but yeah. Sure, she had to have seen that move before capturing the pawn. Okay. Since we are 15 minutes delayed. Oh, she gets an exclam for that. Only winning move in the position. I guess that's deserved. Since Anna is 15 minutes ahead of us, I thought maybe she'll be available for the interview soon. But I can report in present real time, she has yet to recover her phone. I think Isabel will resign now. Yes, she will. That was a fantastic endgame. She went into the endgame with the computer thinking black has the advantage, and she did everything right. In particular, I really like this pawn to b4 move. This was excellent. The double plan of pushing forward to create a weakness here that the rook could then attack, together with that if the en passant came in, the rook would be able to move over here. Very, very good. Her best endgame so far in 2 tournaments? Yes, fair enough. But are you forgetting the incredible thing she did against Nemo in LA? That was unreal. But that was a 3rd tournament away. And the benefit of no rooks involved. Apparently she doesn't work great with the rooks. Do you think Anna will be a women's international master in 2025? I think she's gonna need to put in more effort. That's a bit harsh because she is putting in effort now as well, but chess is hard, you know. She needs 2,200 rating, yeah. And she's quite far away from that right now. Interesting, she's winning here because of the double pawns, yeah. But at the same time, that's kind of like the difference between strategic chess and, you know, just brute force. This is an example of where she had to give herself a strategic disadvantage, but just in terms of it worked because it was good because it worked. And if it hadn't worked, it would have been terrible. And sometimes you have those situations where something looks wrong, but is right. But with close margins like this, right? Where there was only one winning move and everything else was a draw. And Nepali Traveler, thank you for the prime. 2200 is her goal this year, she said this spring. Yeah. That is not happening. Moo? No, the Prime subs doesn't have the moo. This is what happens when you've been deprived of the sub sounds for so long. You don't even remember what they're like. Oh no, never mind. There is a moo sound. Okay, what was the thing I heard earlier then? Winning matches gets you more rating? Yes. And also, winning matches against people with a higher rating than yourself is a lot more valuable than winning matches or games against players lower rated than yourself. That being said, when playing a 15-year-old that's only 150 points behind yourself, you're pretty happy getting the win, for sure. Opponent hoping for King G2. Oh, yes. Actually, it is possible to mess this up still. After King G2, the rook would be able to get back into defense. Oh, actually, computer's saying this is winning. That's very strange. This looks not winning to me. Dutch Day, thank you for the sub. 49 months. That's very, very high, no? How many months am I at? Oh god, 49 months. That is wild. Rook c7 wins? No, Rook c7 is a draw, computer says. And the rook comes across here. Computer was saying that King f3 wins, but I have no idea how. Either way, we don't have to think about it. King to e3 on the board. There's nothing black can do to stop the white pawn from becoming a new queen. And that's the end of that. It's going to be New Zealand 1, Sweden 3. A great win to start this Olympiad. And that also means that Sweden tomorrow is going to get very, very tough opponents. Magna is coming in with a prime. Let's go. And Caractus earlier with the 3 months. Okay, so I think first time prime does not get the moo. But then if you do a prime sub for a 3rd month like Caractus, then you get the moo. Of course, you guys can't hear any of this anyway, so I don't know why I'm discussing it. Okay. Anna's opponent is not resigning down a rook. That's one way of doing things. Anna now is just going to move her rook over here, grabbing a pawn, and then moving over here to stop this guy from becoming a new queen. And then this pawn will become a new queen. Granin with the prime, let's go. And also something with lots of R's and L's, which I don't think I should be trying to sound out. Let's just say if Pia's opponent was as eager to play on until checkmate as Isabel, Pia would have had a tougher time winning her game. Pia's opponent resigned too soon. Stockfish 17 beat Stockfish 17 in Pia's position in 72 moves. Okay. So we're saying that Pia may have been winning regardless. Speaking of winning, Anna has won her game. And it is 3-2-1 in Sweden's favor, which also means Sweden is going to get some really tough opponents in the next one. GG's all around. Congratulations. Twitch with the 3 bits? You get to occupy the entire screen for 3 bits? From Twitch? Okay, I would change the settings somewhat, but I am a bit more of a hard man, dictator kind of style. Okay. We have a guest coming in. Let me see. How do I find the... Okay, Anna said that she's coming in right when the game is done. But I'm calling her right now and she's not picking up. Okay. Hold on. I'm just doing the tech stuff. I can hear you, and no one else can.
Okay.
Now they can.
Yay! Oh!
Wait.
Huh?
No, suddenly the Discord sound that was not working yesterday is working today, so it may have been double sound on you.
Okay. That is totally fine. Hello, everyone! Oh, that feels good. I think I gave everybody a heart attack today. Hammer, it was the worst time management that I've ever done.
No, it was not.
Is here.
It wasn't even close to the worst. Like,
sorry?
Nowhere close to the worst.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
It felt like it, but my position was so bad. And I think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, when there was this draw moment, I thought, okay, you know what? I was thinking about what you said yesterday. I thought, I don't like Ina's position. I don't know what's going to happen over there. I feel like even if I'm lower on time, I can just at least get her to play, because I felt like we hadn't really played a game at that point. It was just the opening. So I just thought I have to give it a chance and I have to continue, because I trusted myself in that moment. But I think I was slightly worse in that position.
But you just, from that moment, from the queen trade, you played perfectly.
I did?
Yeah.
Yay!
So you're good at endgames now.
I am, Hammer. You hyped me up yesterday. Of course I am.
That was all it took? You didn't need skill? You only needed confidence?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, good, good then.
Yeah, no, I'm standing right now outside of the venue, but so that's why there's some cars here and there. But I was so happy when she played Queen F6, because then I saw that I had Rook G6. I was much more scared of her taking the pawn first and then going Queen F6, because then there's the Queen F2 kind of stuff. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you want me to bring up the board maybe?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm not sure if that was the case. Also, did I have 96% accuracy? What?
Sorry, I might be messing up something tech-wise now.
What?
96% accuracy. You still got completely outplayed in the opening though. So
I did. I hate chess openings.
Like, I'm amazed you can be at 96.3 after just getting completely outplayed, like crazy. Bishop.
Oh, we're getting all the subs as well. Thank you so much, Boy, for the sub. Thank you guys for the hype train. Was Hammer good and said thank you for every single sub or said hello like he promised yesterday?
Half of them, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Bishop
All right.
h6 was a huge strategic mistake, which I thought was interesting.
Which one?
Bishop h6.
Oh yeah, I realized that it was a horrible move. I thought she was gonna go rook g8 and everything, but I didn't. You know what I didn't realize? I didn't realize that she had this whole queen f6 idea.
Yeah. Well, I guess you overestimated the power of your queen, right? You thought you were gonna get an attack, and you didn't really get any.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to. I was thinking instead of taking, I should maybe just go f3 and then castle queenside and play a game. But maybe that was the best. I'm not sure to go f3 earlier instead of taking and going bishop h6 and this whole little dance with my bishop and queen.
Yeah,
but
no,
sure.
taking was probably fine, but f3 afterwards, yeah.
Instead of bishop h6, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what the computer's saying. Yeah, no, but it was just a tricky thing, right? I really dislike knight b3.
I'm seeing it in chat. Talk about the horrible knight b3 move. So, okay, so you know what I was thinking, Hammer? Okay, let me know if my thoughts are correct. I thought maybe instead of going bishop e2, I should go g4, and after she goes knight d7, I go a3, because then if knight c5, I can go b4.
G4, knight d7, a3.
Yeah.
A computer saying this is pretty clever, yeah.
Yeah, this is what I
think.
think.
But computer really liked bishop e2 as well.
But what was wrong? What should I do instead of knight c5, after knight c5?
Well, now that you mentioned the a3 move, I feel like I need to say that after bishop e2, knight d7, a3 is recommended by the computer as much better for white.
Oh.
But I actually spoke about this during the game, and I was like, yeah, this is a super difficult move to find, because you have to kind of like realize that you're trying to exploit the pin on the A file, which isn't really there right now, but it's gonna be there in the future.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
just the fact that you
thinking.
had awareness of this idea means that you should have kind of been able to implement it then.
Well, but I was scared of f5 there. That was the reason I didn't do it. I thought first I go
f5
G5.
You take and you trap the queen.
No, because there's no pawn on g4. So this is instead of going. So you said bishop e2. I went bishop e2, knight d7, g4, knight c5.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying a3 instead of g4.
So bishop, exactly, but then I don't trap the queen, do I? Oh, because he cannot take with the rook because it's really bad, or what?
Well, you never take with the rook, because then you get full access to the e4 square.
Yeah, Hammer, I
you
realized
never take with the rook.
Yeah, okay, I realized.
Did you think she was going to take with the rook?
No, well, I just really wanted to stop f5, I don't know, but then after I allowed knight c5, I was like, man, this a3 idea would have been so clever, now her knight wouldn't be there. And then I was really upset about the fact that I hadn't played it, and then,
yeah, that's such a classic that you know the right idea, but you kind of, sometimes it can be bad knowing the right ideas, because then if you mess up your move orders and stuff, you get upset that you didn't play what you kind of knew you were supposed to play.
Yeah, so that was basically what happened. But yeah, I realized that a3 was a lot stronger, but okay.
But just none of this excuses knight b3 though.
What? So why is knight b3 so bad?
Well, she has two knights that are both trying to access the c5 square.
Yeah.
And you trade off one of them to move one knight away from the center of the board.
So it's just objectively a bad against
the computer thought it was okay, but I think just from a logical perspective that I mean, I was shocked that the computer thought it was okay, because it makes no sense.
Okay, but then it's not that bad.
No, that's not the learning you're supposed to take from that. When your opponent has two knights fighting to kind of be on the same square, you don't trade off one of the knights and spend 3 moves doing it.
I trust the computer, Hammer. What am I gonna do? I'm just doing computer.
Well, the computer, I mean, it didn't like it. It was not top 3, but it's more like it didn't say it was terrible.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, that's fine. No, you're right, Hammer. It was probably a bad move. I think I've actually made this mistake before. I remember doing this thing and then telling myself I'm never gonna do it again. But then I wasn't sure if it was actually good or bad when I did it last time, so I did it again because I think I won that game as well.
Yeah. No, but
yeah.
in terms of like the end game, I thought was very, very good.
Was B4 good?
B4 was fantastic. It was specifically the move I pointed out to chat after the game that I said this move in particular I think is very, very class. I think classy is the word I used.
Okay. Okay, so we have a few knight b3s, but we also have some b4s, so it all evens out.
Yeah. But one thing I do want to point out.
Yeah.
Because there was a moment there, if she had played pawn to c6.
Yeah.
Instead of rook to c3. Move 40. Very big moment.
Yeah, so here...
After pawn to c6, did you consider this move?
I was thinking about going rook c7 and taking the pawn on b7. Is that wrong?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting idea. It is wrong, but at least it's an interesting idea. It's just her king becomes very active together with the e-pawn trying to move its way up.
Yeah.
After c6, the only winning move we found so far is rook takes.
What? Wow.
Pretty cool. But,
wow.
But this is actually a trap. The reason I'm mentioning this is because a chatter pointed out that you would have had 30 minutes to find this move if back on when you were trading the queens, you had gone back and forth one more time. Why did you not repeat moves?
Because I will be honest with you, Hammer, I sometimes do not know how to properly count, and I'm kind of scared that we somehow have the same position 3 times. And so I only do it once, because I'm not sure when I go back and forth, if out of mistake there's going to be a 3rd time. I know it's maybe stupid.
So here's what happened. The first time, the queen was on f8, not d8.
Ah, yes.
So the first time we get a position that will repeat is when you play queen to f6.
Yeah,
so this was the first time. And then this would have been the second time. And then you could have made the queen trade.
Yeah, you're right. It never goes to 3. Yeah, somehow when I was low on time, I was just a bit scared that I was counting wrong and that she would claim a draw. But yeah, that's true. It's really important to take a chance on each of those moves.
So,
and I sometimes forget about it.
It's not like a big thing, but at the same time, had she played c6, you would have really liked to have that extra 30 minutes when the only winning move is sacrificing the rook.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I agree. That was a bit stupid. I was proud of myself for doing it once, but I definitely should have gone through the whole way. Because at first I didn't even consider it. I was like, okay, I guess I'll just trade queens. And I was like, wait a second, Anna. Now is the moment we actually are clever about this. Let's at least move
yeah, because you did extend it by 2 moves, yeah.
But yeah, I could have extended it by more. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Okay, and Sweden wins?
Sweden wins 3-1. Oh, there's so many cards. Sweden wins 3-1, so I'm really happy about that. Tomorrow we'll probably face a really strong team because we've won 4-0 and 3-1. So we will see who plays and what happens, but I am excited for tomorrow. I hope I get to play. I want to play more chess. And tomorrow, Hammer, okay, I'm not only saying this to you, but to everyone watching this. Tomorrow, I will stop. I promise you that I will not have this time trouble. I've had 2 games in the beginning where I've just felt like I've been there's been some kind of block mentally, but now from tomorrow I'm gonna get like it's not gonna happen because it's.
But you
I'm
played
actually
very
playing
quickly today.
Well, I played so slowly in the beginning.
Well, you played so slowly in one move.
Yeah.
So knight to d2, I have no idea how you spent 20 minutes on this when it's like the most common kind of move in the opening. You spent 20 minutes on that, then you spent 10 minutes on bishop to e2, but that was the only good move in the position, according to Engine. And then you go play g4 when you could have played a3. g4 you spend 2 minutes. Then you go knight b3, spending less than 2 minutes. And then you go queen d2, which allows pawn to f5 because you no longer have the bishop to h5 tricks. And you spent 4 minutes on this.
So you're saying that I played too quickly?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I'll play slower tomorrow.
No, well, I mean, just play the obvious stuff in the opening quicker and the less obvious stuff slower.
Yeah.
I mean, you were completely outplayed by move 18. Computer says you're just strategically in big trouble.
Yeah.
And it feels to me like you kind of just... It was always pretty obvious for her what she needed to do. At some point, her accuracy was at 99.6 in a King's Indian. And even so, like, that sounds incredibly impressive, but it wasn't that amazing because her moves were... Her plans were so obvious and you just kept allowing her to make the plans happen under favorable circumstances.
Okay, so Hammer, what about this? Tomorrow I'll have better time management.
Yes.
Not play faster or slower, but just better time management. We'll
Yes.
spend more time on difficult moves and less time on the very obvious opening moves.
And this is great because what you're saying now tells me that you understand what time management is. I don't think that's true for the entirety of chat. Time management isn't just playing quickly. It's about investing your time in the right moments for the game critical moves. Very good.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds great. I'll do that. I hope I get to play tomorrow. We'll see. But but
speaking
I'm
of that, a question from an interested party. You may choose not to comment, but what is this thing now? So now you're saying you're not sure you're gonna get to play tomorrow, even though you're coming off a win, which I think is fair enough because Margot, who did a Greek gift bishop sacrifice to checkmate her opponent after 18 moves, gets benched in round 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this like the classic Swedish way of doing things? Because that fits very well with the Norwegian narrative that we believe about Swedes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess it was more that Lavinia is slightly higher rated, and then she didn't play the first round. So even though Margot played an amazing game, I guess it was just that.
I mean, if I was the captain, I'd throw you out of the team.
You'd throw me out of the team?
Yeah.
Why would you throw me out of the team?
Well, because we can't get rid of Margot after that game.
Hammer, it's not as simple as that.
No, but I do think you should take into consideration, like, how they did in the previous game. Margot getting that win was incredible, and then being benched is kind of rough.
It was a beautiful game, and big props to Margot, and big props to everyone in the Swedish team. I am not the captain, Hammer. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying the Swedish tendency of benching winners it is ominous for your chances of playing tomorrow.
Ominous? What does that word mean?
It's like a bad omen. That it's a bad sign.
So you don't think I'll play tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I hear that you may have some dirt on the coach, but based on the benching people who played beautiful games, you're in
Okay,
trouble.
Hammer. The coach is my father. I don't really know what to tell you. Like,
Yeah, no, I know what to tell you. That's what I'm saying. The nepotism means that you probably have some dirt on him, and you can convince him that if you're playing a cool opponent, that no, I have to play Dad. Otherwise, let
I
me
do not
remind
do
you
no
this
such
silly
thing.
thing you did throughout my childhood. Like the amount of dirt a child has on their parents is way more than the average person. Would you agree?
Hammer, my dad has always been very unbiased when it comes to this. I do not get to play more because I am my dad's daughter. It is unbiased, and that is everything that I'll leave it at. Okay.
Okay.
So the whole team was happy with the both decisions. Everybody was happy, and tomorrow I'm sure that everybody will be happy as well. So
Wow.
I
Apparently,
think
chat is saying that they would not be able to blackmail their parents. I don't
okay,
know. I don't know what they're
Hammer.
up to.
I think this is a beautiful note to to say goodbye and to thank everybody for watching. I'm going to go and get a car back.
Okay.
Eh?
Do you want to do a raid first?
Yes, of course I do. We gotta send over people.
Hammer making drama? Well, to be honest, sometimes I just assume that's my job description. But I'll be.
You're doing great, Hammer. You're great.
Yeah.
You are.
Anna likes to be this kind of wholesome person, but the fact of the matter is, and I saw this on the lie detector thing, that she
What did
is
you see?
just as big of a YouTuber now. The cynicism of the YouTuber has caught up with her.
I don't know what these words mean, Hammer. These are too difficult words. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, everybody. I will say goodbye, everybody. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm raiding a different person. Sorry, I'm gonna cancel this raid. I'm canceling this raid. I'm raiding virtual because it's his birthday.
No way you forgot that.
Okay. I was gonna do it and then I forgot. Okay, there we go, everybody. Say happy birthday to virtual. It's been a long day, everybody. Okay, it's been a long day. Okay, everybody, wish him happy birthday. Thank you so much, Hammer, for commentating. You're awesome. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching us this stream. I will see you tomorrow. Bye, thank you. Bye, same time. Thank you so much for watching. You guys are awesome. Thank you for supporting me.
Oh, by the way, you're frozen.
Oh,
I don't know how long you've been frozen.
I'm a robot. It doesn't matter. I'm a robot. It's okay. Alright, everybody. See you so long. You guys are awesome. Bye. Bye.
We agreed you would say now you stop.